Ew, can you do the pasta? You don't answer in the phone. Ew. Can you do the pasta? Miriam. Can you hear me?
For the war in Ukraine, and I think President Trump knows better than anyone else. These people are not our friends, and he's been very, very clear to them that they will not be getting a nuclear weapon on his watch. I support him 100%. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, Victoria, Coach, we love you. If we don't get a chance to talk to you before then, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everybody at WABC.
This is the Cats and Cosby Sunday Special, sponsored by the Tuttle the Towers Foundation.
China is an enormous threat to American national security. Here is great Asia expert Gordon Chang. Gordon, what do you know about this and how concerning is this? The other day we were talking about this thing called Salt Typhoon, where they were hacking into phone companies to get individuals' information. How frequent are these hacks by China and what are they getting?
Well, these hacks are continuous. The Salt Typhoon hacks are continuous. Secretary Mayorkas did not confirm that we were able to eject the Chinese from these 9 telcos. So that is ongoing. The Treasury Department hack is also of great concern because they did take documents. Now, yes, they were unclassified, but nonetheless, the Treasury is a very sensitive location because of the U.S. financial markets. And again, you know, the story here is that these hacks have been going on for this entire century and even into the 1990s, and we still have not been able to figure out how to deal with it. We need much better protections, and we also need to impose costs on China for these hacks.
On to the
And we
next
have not
one.
had the political will to do either. So this is becoming a story about us more than a story about the Chinese.
Jeff Weinberg.
Gordon, good to talk to you again. Let me ask, I just saw this report that the Chinese are ahead of us in artificial intelligence. How concerned should we be about that?
Well, leadership in AI is going to determine leadership in the economy in this century, and that also means leadership in military and other affairs. Now, I'm not sure that the Chinese are actually ahead of us, but they clearly are closing the gap. They've got one inherent advantage, Judge, and that is AI thrives on data. The more data you put into an AI system, the better it works. And China has no restrictions on the collection or use of data, so they've got that advantage. Now, probably our technology is better, but as I mentioned, the Chinese are very, very close to us.
Vito.
Yeah, Gordon, Vito Pasella. And a question about the telco invasion, so to speak. Everybody has an iPhone, Android phone. What should they be doing in light of this cyber attack? And secondly, is there any evidence that China's behind the drone invasion that occurred for the last, say, 5 or 6 weeks?
Yeah, okay, let me handle the second question first. First of all, we know that China was involved in one of these attacks, and that was a Chinese national has been criminally charged, with flying a drone over Vandenberg Space Force Base. We suspect that China's been behind a lot of the drone incursions on U.S. military bases because of Chinese farmland surrounding those bases. And China, of course, has a motive. While all of this has been going on, there's the issue of the drones coming into U.S. airspace from the Atlantic, which the Department of Homeland Security and the Pentagon have not really addressed. So China, and those have got to be foreign drones. They can't really be domestic ones. So we've got a lot of issues there. And although some people in my state of New Jersey believes that the Iranians were behind some of those drones, Iran could not have done this without China's blessing. On your first question, what should Americans do? Well, there's two-factor identification and others. But the real thing that we need to do is go to demand our officials start to protect us, because they haven't been doing that for about 4 decades now. So it's really a political issue that has to be solved at the ballot box.
Yeah, there are so many questions, and you know, you think about, we still don't know answers on the drones to your question there, Vito, on that. Gordon, thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here. It's great to have you here, Gordon, as always.
Thank you very much. And Happy New Year to all you guys.
And everybody, thanks for joining us on this very special edition of Katz and Cosby. I'm Rita Cosby, along with John Catsimatidis. Have a great rest of your weekend.
77 WABC Law Offices of Frank Bruno Jr. Chime time is 10:59. The Law Offices of Frank Bruno Jr. Thousands of cases over 27 plus years. Elder law and estate planning. Everything from family law and divorce to real estate law. Go to frankbrunolaw.com.
Never forget, join the Tunnel to Towers Foundation on its mission to do good in honor of America's heroes. Donate $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T2T.org. This is Judge Janine Pirro with an important message. A mom and her son were being followed by a man in a parking lot. As he approached their car, she pulled out her Byrna launcher, and the sight of it was enough to make him flee. Byrna gives you the power to protect your family without lethal force. No permits, no background checks, just peace of mind. Visit Byrna.com and use code Janine for 10% off. Remember, Byrna isn't legal in New York City or Yonkers. Stay safe, stay prepared with Byrna.
The views and opinions expressed by the individual hosts and their guests do not necessarily reflect the policies or positions of WABC Radio, its management, or its sponsors.
Real New York, 77 WABC.
This is New York's talk leader, the crown jewel of talk radio. WABC New York and 107.1 WLIR Hampton Bays.
77 WABC News starts now.
77 WABC News time is 11:01. It is currently 30 and partly cloudy on this Sunday, January 5th. Good morning. I'm Liz Radabali.
77 WABC News. Congestion pricing update.
כן?
Well, it's
מה שלומך? מה קורה? כן, הייתי אמור עכשיו ללכת לאסוף את הבחור, לקחת אותו לבית שלה, אבל עכשיו הוא אומר לי שהוא יהיה פנוי בערב, אז יותר מאוחר. אני מנסה לראות לאיזה שעה, לתאם איתו, משהו כזה. כן. אני אסור לי להרים דברים כבדים, כי היה לי דאבל הרניה, אמרו לי אפילו לא מזוודות של מונית אל תרים. אז אני משתדל כבד, זה סיפור. עדיף שתביא את הסופר או מישהו, זה שתי ספנישים. כי זה סיפור. האמת היא שהמיטה היא בטוב מאוד, אין חבל. סתם להעביר, זה עץ כבד וזה, חבל להעביר, תשאירי איך שככה וזהו, תאמיני. מתי את מחזירה את הגן? לא, שבוע הבא, לא, כביכול את צריכה להתקשר לחברות של, אתה יודע, של הקייבל, תשאלי את אניטה, אם לא יעשו לה חיובים על הקופסאות של למטה, צריך להחזיר, יש להם הרבה קופסאות של ורייזן, של כל מיני חברות, את צריכה להתקשר להחזיר להם את זה. ואז הם שולחים מישהו לבוא לאסוף, את מבינה? לא. עכשיו יש לך איזה 3 קופסאות של פעילים של חשבונות של אינטרנט. שאלי נענית, צריכה להתקשר אליהם כי היא יודעת החשבונות, מספר וזה. נגיד להם שיבואו לקחת את הקופסאות, שאם לא יהיה לך בעיה, חייבו אותך $300 על כל קופסה. זה החזרת ציוד, את לא קנית את זה, זה כאילו... זה קופסה בסדר, שלא לא תיגעו בזה, זה כאילו למעלה בדירה D, C, עכשיו זה ב-D, לא לגעת, זה בסדר, כי יש שם אנשים, אבל אני אומר, הקופסאות של המשרד, אם את לא מתכוונת להיות שם השבוע שעבר, אז צריכים להתקשר לחברות של הטלפונים, שאלי תענית מי אלה, ולתאם עם טכנאי שיבוא לקחת אותם. למעלה זה בסדר, זה לא שייך למעלה. מה את מתכוונת? האינטרנט של למעלה? למעלה זה חשבון נפרד. בסדר, אני מסביר לך. לא, זה, שום חשבון לא עולה למעלה. מה שיש למטה זה למטה. מה שיש למעלה זה הקופסה של למעלה, את מבינה? תראי, אין טלפון, יש רק אינטרנט. בכל מקרה, מה שיש למעלה, לא לגעת, פשוט זה כתוב, אפרטמנט C או D, כתוב בחשבון, תגידי לאניטה שתימנע לבטל את אפרטמנט C, רק שתתמקד בזה. אם את רוצה, אני יכול לבוא לראות את החשבונות, איזה חשבונות יש, ואז אני אתקשר, אגיד להם שם. לא משנה, CD, אני העברתי אותו ל-D, כי את מחזירה את C, את מבינה? לא משנה. נכון, אבל אני כבר אתקשר לאניטה, אני אסביר לה. שרק, את מקבלת כמה חשבונות של דירה C, וחשבונות של כאילו רננים. אז תקשר לאניטה, אני אגיד לה, אני אסביר לה לאט לאט, תקשרי לחברות, כי ידעת מספרי חשבון, הם שואלים מה החשבונות, ושקודים וזה תמיד, היא מקבלת מילים, והיא תגיד להם לבטל. לא, אין כרגע, אני מצאתי לה מישהו, אני מקווה שאני אסגור איתו, הוא אומר 2,000 לחודש, את מבינה? ואני מגיע ל-20%, אבל אני אפילו אתחשב איתה, אני אעשה לה 15% מ-2,000, את מבינה? כי היא אומרת, היא משלמת 1,800, היא לפחות תכסה את הרנט של הדירה לחודשיים, הוא יבוא לחודשיים ויומיים. ניסיתי, תראי, במילא היא עוזבת לחודשיים, אם היא לא תמצא מישהו, אז סתם היא תשלם 1,800 לחודש. אז עכשיו היא מקבלת 1,700. וזה כאילו היא רק תשלם, לא יודע, 100-200, אתה מבין? זה יותר טוב מכלום. אני עדיין במסע 200 איתו, הוא כזה, אומר, הוא בא ללמוד פה טבחות, בחור צעיר בן 23, הוא השתלמות, והתקציב שלו 2,000 גג, הוא אומר. אני ניסיתי למשוך פה שם. בכל מקרה, שתהיה שמחה לתפוס אותו, כי... כן, דירה נהדרת, נקייה, מסודרת, וגם קרוב למיין סטריט שם. מיין סטריט, את יודעת, יש הרבה ישראלים, יש הרבה... הסופרמרקט, קיפוד שם, ומסעדות. אני לא יודע איזה רכבת קרוב, אבל מקום נהדר, דירה נקייה, מסודרת. והוא בא לבד, הוא לא מעשן, לא מסיבות, לא כלום. אני הייתי אמור עכשיו לאסוף אותו, במלון פה במנהטן, הייתי בדרך אליו. הוא אומר לו, יש לו כמה פגישות, בוא נראה מה הוא אומר. יש לו פגישה. זה אני אולי בערב, הוא אומר. בערב הוא יותר מאוחר. אז אני לא רוצה שיהיה לי איתה את הפדיחות שהיה לי איתך, שאת יודעת, מה שעם ההיא, ישראלית ההיא, אני ביקשתי ממנה את $300, אמרתי, לך לרחל, רחל אומרת לי, לך אליה. אז אני גובה ממנו את כל הסכום, ואני מוריד את ה-15% שלי, ואז אני נותן לה את היתרה, את מבינה? היא יכולה לחשוב, אבל אני אתקשר אליה עכשיו, ואני אגיד לה שהבן אדם מוכן לשלם 2,000 לחודש. האמת היא שאפילו עכשיו, ינואר, את יודעת מה, היא תקבל פחות, כי ינואר עכשיו זה כבר לא 2,000, בוא נגיד ינואר זה 1,490 אני אביא לה, כי זה פחות ימים, את מבינה? זה רק 25 ימים. על ינואר אני אביא ל-1490, על פברואר 1700, ועוד יומיים במרץ עוד 119. בסך הכל אני אביא לה $3,309, שזה סכום מאוד יפה ויותר טוב מכלום. העמלה שלי זה 15%. לא. $1,200 האלה אני מוריד את ה-15%. הוא לא מוכן לשלם אגורה מעל $2,000. כן. לא בדיוק. צריך לעשות חשבון, זה 2,000, זה 300, על פברואר זה 300, על ינואר 260. אולי נמשוך אותו עוד יומיים למרץ, אז יהיה 21. כביכול אני אתן לה מזומן 3,309. כל הסכום, אם אני אגבה ממנו, 3,890. פחות 15% זה 3,309. אני אגיד לה. נכון, היא טסה מחר, היא לא תוכל לארגן שום דבר. יותר טוב משום דבר. אמרתי לה, גם אם תקבל, כל סכום שהיא תקבל זה יותר טוב מכלום. כל סכום שהיא תקבל. כן, נקייה, מסודרת. אולי אני אפגוש אותה במיימי, כי אני אהיה שם בפברואר גם. אולי אני אשב שם בלאנץ' באיזה מסעדה, אני אקח אותה ללאנץ'. את דנה. אני חשבתי שנסעת למיימי, איזה קטעים. היא נסעת לארץ לחודשיים. איפה? היא איתך עכשיו פה? מזל טוב, אבל... וואו, משהו, זה קטעים. כן. אז היא לא... איפה את עכשיו? את בגן או בבית? איפה את? האמת היא שהבית מלא. את יודעת כמה אני מביא דוניישן סלביישן ארמי צעצועים כל שבוע? האישה מארגנת לי שק, קח לי סלביישן ארמי. כי מהבית, עם כל הצעצועים הישנים, היא תורמת, כי הילדה כל הזמן מביאה מהבית ספר, מפייב בילון, כל מיני... מהבית ספר, אתמול הביאו לה גם כמה צעצועים חדשים. יש מישהו תורם לגן הרבה דברים, איזה עשיר אחד. אז כל פעם מביאים לילדים. כן, נו, באמת. כן. נביא לך פה של סלביישן ארמי, נביא לך באמת. כל פעם שיצטבר לנו שק צעצועים, נביא לך. אבל את סוגרת, את מתפטרת. כן. בבייסמנט, למה בבייסמנט? אם כבר לגן, מי ייכנס לבייסמנט? בייסמנט זה לא חוקי. בבייסמנט של הגן שלך? של בית שלהם, נכון. כן, הרבה עושים את זה. בוודאי, נתאם, הכל יהיה בסדר. תישארי רק הגן של ברונקס וקווינס, עד שמשאירה רק את שניהם. כמה, מה עם כל הדברים? יש לך ים דברים, ליה, מה תעשי איתם? שבוע, צריכה להתקשר 1-800 ג'אנק. שתשאירי את הכל ככה.
העברתי כבר כמעט את כל הדברים.
לאיפה?
לגן שלי בריבלדל.
וואי, ליה, מסכנים הגן בריבלדל.
לא, יש לי בייסמנט גדול סטורג'.
יופי.
אני יכולה לתת לך מקום לסטורג' אם אתה רוצה.
לא, יש לי פה על יד הבית, מנהטן מיני סטורג' 100 לחודש. קרוב לי, משתמש בשירותים, מתי שצריך, הכל בסדר.
איפה זה שעל יד הגן שלי?
לא, עזבתי משם, כי אין יותר Airbnb, זה בלגן. אבל יש לי פה על יד הבית שלי, ב-29 ו-11. יש חנייה, יש שירותים, יש הכל.
באיזה גודל?
8x5 על 5.
יפה.
משהו ענק, משהו טוב. אני שם אופניים חשמליות, לפעמים יש לי פגישה, משהו. אני שם את האוטו שלי שם חינם ונוסע עם האופניים לכל מיני פגישות, קונסוליה ישראלית, רופא שיניים או פה שם.
לילדה יש אופניים? כי אני יכולה לתת לך אופניים לילדה.
האמת היא שיש לה אופניים.
נו.
קנינו לא מזמן באמזון $100. אופניים ברודות כאלה יפות.
נו.
והיא לא כל כך נוסעת. את יודעת, עכשיו קר, חורף. כן, בקיץ. יש לה אופניים בסטורג' עכשיו.
בסדר.
טוב, אז אני אעשה כמה טלפונים, נדבר גם עם דנה, שאנחנו נדע שאנחנו באותו עמוד, ואני אחזור אלייך. אוקיי.
אז כמה הוא משלם היום במלון?
או רק $50 אומר הוא משלם שם.
איזה מלון?
מלון בסוהו, בוויליג'.
מלון נורמלי?
כן, נורמלי. אני אומר לך, המחירים יתחילו לרדת עוד מעט, כי לאט לאט המהגרים יעיפו אותם מהמלונות. המחירים יתחילו לרדת, הוא באמת הוא רוצה שם בקווינס, רק להיות קרוב למשפחה שלו, יש לו משפחה שם בקווינס. הוא לא רוצה להיות להם על הראש, אז הוא רוצה רק ככה להיות. אבל הוא מתכנן ללכת לאפסט ניו יורק, כי בית ספר לטבחות זה באפסט ניו יורק.
אז למה הוא רוצה להשכיר דירה לחודשיים עכשיו?
כי המשפחה שלו, יש לו משפחה בקווינס. אז הוא אמר, הוא יהיה ככה חודשיים איתם, ובחודשיים האלה הוא יחפש דירה באפסט ניו יורק. שיהיה לו קרוב לבית ספר, לבית ספר לטבחות, אני יודע. כן. בסדר, אני מקווה שנסגור איתו, נראה, ננסה עכשיו, או לקבוע שעה, להראות לו את המקום. אני אסגור איתו את העניין הכספי, ואני אתן לה את הסכומים שלה, תקבל סכומים יפים.
זה מפריע, אמרת לו?
אמרתי לו מה?
משלם למפריע, שנכנס לתנאה הוא
כן,
משלם.
כן, כמובן, בטח.
שלא נצטרך לרוץ.
כן,
הוא צריך הרב לחפש אותו.
כן. אולי חודש בחודשו, אני לא יודע. לפחות הוא ישלם את החודש הראשון.
אבל אתה תדאג שאם הוא לא משלם אתה מוציא אותו, כן?
אני אשתדל, מה אני יכול לעשות? אנחנו לוקחים ריסק, אבל נראה בסדר.
ראיתם לדעתי שישלם למפריע.
אני אנסה חודשיים למפריע. הבנות עזבו בדירה C.
כן.
עזבו אתמול בלילה. ראית אותם? בחורות נחמדות, נכון?
מאוד מאוד התיידדנו. הבאתי להם קרם לידיים, היו מבסוטיות.
את פגשת אותם.
חמודות מאוד.
חמודות מאוד. אחד מהם עובדת בממשלה, משרד הפנים בארץ.
אמרתי לה שאני צריכה לחדש את תעודת זהות שלי.
את יכולה לעשות את זה פה, אולי פה, לא? אני חידשתי את הדרכון פה, הצאתי לבת שלי גם כן דרכון, הפעם הביאו לי דרכון בשבילה בלי בעיות, עשו לי קצת בעיות בהתחלה, עכשיו הביאו לי. דרכון לילדה. אמרו לי תעודת זהות, זה צריך להוציא בארץ, אם אתה רוצה לילדה. אבל אישרו לי דרכון.
עכשיו הייתי צריך ללכת לצבא.
לא, היא לא תושבת ישראל, היא לא חייבת. היא אזרחית חוץ, היא לא דיירת ישראלית. כן.
מקווה שיהיה בסדר.
מקווה שיהיה בסדר, יהיה טוב. מקסימום שתעשה צבא.
עד שהייתי צריך לעשות צבא, כבר יהיה שלום, לא יצטרכו צבא ולא יצטרכו חיילים.
כן.
זה יקרה. בסדר גמור.
אוקיי, אני אחזור אלייך, להתראות, כל טוב.
להתראות, ביי.
עשית להתקשר, מה קורה?
יש לה. מישהי עוברת בסנטרל פארק.
נו.
אז תבדוק מה זה. מה קורה?
מישהי עוברת בסנטרל פארק, לא הבנתי.
נאבד לי אוזניות, כמו אוזניות שקנית לי. כל אחד נאבד לי יחס.
שקטאי. נופלים לך מהאוזניים כל הזמן.
כן. כן, זה עם התוקסן גם נופל.
טוב, אתה צריך לשים דבק מגע משהו.
זה באס, אין מתלונן את האינטרנט בפנון, אז הבאתי צריך לצאת בחוץ. מתקשר לקוח, רוצה לעשות הזמנה גדולה מהקונח,
לא.
עולה נעליים, בסלותי נעליים. נעליים של ווטרפרוף. אני $120 מכמה שנים. נקרעו לי. לא נקרעו, הולכים להיקרע. עשו קריעה. תפתח קצת מלמטה.
כן.
קר היום, אה?
כן.
הלכתי הביתה. מרגיש לי טוב, עכשיו אני מרגיש טוב. איך שזה מתחיל קצת לא להרגיש טוב, תלך ישר הביתה. תחכו. זה יותר טוב. לפני האינטרנט. תקלוט הזמנה. וזה האינטרנט. אתה בבית?
לא, אני בסידורים.
מה פעפוסה?
לא, היא בבית.
בבית. מה מדבר לך אחר כך?
כן.
ביי.
response from the left. All they want to do is talk about how terrible white people are.
Well, that's the case, and not only did we see it, and I visited Columbia University a few times during the encampments, and I will tell you, there was, kids who probably, if you asked them to throw a dart at the Middle East on a map, they wouldn't even be able to tell you where it is, but yet they were standing on the campus of Columbia University wearing shirts and bandanas saying, "I am Hamas." I mean, these are, like you said, people that are terrorist sympathizers. I mean, we saw it just the other night with the marches around New York City. Again, people burning flags, people supporting Hamas and these terrorist organizations that brutally murdered, came into Israel and brutally raped and murdered people. I mean, these are the people that you want to aspire to be, and yet when they should be held accountable, when they should be put behind bars, when they should be arrested, you have rogue DAs who, quite frankly, have no regard for the law. I mean, this is a guy, Alvin Bragg, who before he even took office, sent a memo out like he wanted to rewrite the New York State Penal Code.
He did.
Yeah, exactly. But someone needs to remind him that that's not the job of the DA. The job of the DA is to uphold the laws that we have in place. And he's been an absolute failure, but he is, like you said, a champion of the left. He's a champion of these terrorist sympathizers, and quite frankly, he's a champion of criminals. And that's why when we see across this country, especially in blue cities and states where people are committing crimes and they're not held accountable or responsible, that is what's spreading. I mean, if we don't think that people, especially those that are these homegrown violent extremists, if they don't see what's happening in blue cities and states, the fact that people can, shoot guns and rob people and push people in front of trains and not be held accountable, then, that's the kind of thing that encourages people to do insane things like we saw on New Year's.
I'm so looking forward to the next year, Congressman Anthony D'Esposito, and we very much appreciate your joining us this Sunday morning, and we hope going forward that we'll hear and see a lot more of you. Everyone, Congressman Anthony D'Esposito, a great guy. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Judge. Stay safe.
You too. All right, and up next here on the Judge Janine Tunnel to Towers Foundation show, I will be speaking with former federal prosecutor and district attorney Trey Gowdy, who also served as U.S. representative for South Carolina's 4th Congressional District. What does he think of what's going on in New Orleans? Coming up right here on the Red Apple Audio Network. This is Judge Janine Pirro with an important message. A mom and her son were being followed by a man in a parking lot. As he approached their car, she pulled out her Berna launcher, and the sight of it was enough to make him flee. Berna gives you the power to protect your family without lethal force. No permits, no background checks, just peace of mind. Visit Berna.com and use code Janine for 10% off. Remember, Berna isn't legal in New York City or Yonkers. Stay safe, stay prepared with Berna.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Hey, I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner. So he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto. Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
77 WABC Law Offices of Frank Bruno Jr. Chime Time is 11:30. The Law Offices of Frank Bruno Jr. Thousands of cases over 27 plus years. Elder law and estate planning. Everything from family law and divorce to real estate law. Go to frankbrunolaw.com.
Now, the latest from the 77 WABC newsroom.
On the Greg Kelly Show, the callers are asking, just like everybody else, what's going on with these drones?
Matt in New Jersey, hello.
Hi, Greg.
Yesterday you went on way too long, and I had to cut you off, so just give me the bottom line. Shoot, let me know.
What I saw yesterday about noon was 2 U.S. military helicopters fly right near my area. One was pretty much directly over my house. This was an Apache. Maybe the military is mobilizing to be able to track these drones, potentially intercept them. I understand the Apaches have advanced sensors to do that. So just wanted to add that.
Being able to figure out what kind of helicopter is an Apache, how do you know how to do that? Not many people know how to do that.
Well, basically using Google.
And you never see these things around your house before, right?
That's exactly right, Greg. So I live at a pretty high altitude.
What town?
Bud Lake, New Jersey, and this seems to be a pretty natural flight path. The 5 years I've lived here, I've never seen a military helicopter. This is the first time I worked from home, was brought outside by the loud and kind of choppy sound. So,
hey, I just looked it up. You're not that high. You're 920 feet high.
My particular residence, I'm 1,200 feet above sea level, so pretty high.
Greg, a former military pilot, not convinced by that theory.
I don't know, man. I'm suspicious of everybody. And you saw this during the daytime, right?
Yes, sir. Right about noon, I checked with my neighbor. He didn't see it, but his house shook. It was flying low enough. I was outside. I probably could have thrown a baseball at it if I had one.
That's very low. What altitude? That's incredibly low. What the hell is it doing buzzing your house? Did you call the cops?
Well, I didn't. In fact, Greg, when I saw the 2 drones last week that flew right over my property, I called the FBI, but I hung up after being on hold for 20 minutes.
Imagine that.
Listen to Greg Kelly every weekday from 1 to 3 p.m. or download his show as a podcast on the 77 WABC app. I'm James Flippin.
On 9/11, we vowed to never forget. Help America keep that promise. Donate $11 a month to the Tunnel to Towers Foundation at t2t.org. That's t2t.org.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-809-7991. That's 800-809-7991. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-809-7991. That's 800-809-7991 today.
Hi, I'm Tom Katsukides.
Hello, this is Larry Kudlow.
Hey, this is Anthony Weiner.
Hi, this is James Golden, a.k.a. Bo Snerdley. Hi, it's Shirley Sliwa.
Hi, this is Dick Morris.
It's me, Cindy Adams.
I am Roger Stone.
All part of your informative and entertaining weekend. Every Sunday with me, Judge Janine Pirro.
And me, Sid Rosenberg.
Sid, you're on Monday at 6.
WABC.
Is the Janine Pirro Show. Now, here's Judge Janine Pirro.
Welcome back to the Judge Janine Tunnel to Towers Foundation Show. Joining us now is a former federal prosecutor and district attorney who served also as a U.S. representative in Congress for South Carolina's 4th Congressional District. You may have seen him. I absolutely love the guy on Fox. He's a contributor on Fox. He has his own show. I think it's called Sunday Nights in America. And please join me in welcoming former Congressman, District Attorney, United States Attorney, and all-around great guy, Trey Gowdy. All right, Trey, I'm not going to go into your history here, but you have had a very, very distinguished career as an attorney. And I remember one of the first times that I heard you on television, I remember saying to myself, this guy knows his stuff. Sunday morning. You know where I was going with that. So, what I want to do, Trey, is I want to talk to you about this press conference this past Thursday. The massacre in New Orleans occurs at 3 in the morning. By noon the next day, they have a press conference. And I'm just going to make a few points. You can tell me that I'm totally wrong. And here we go. Number 1, it's totally disorganized. Number 2, no one was in charge. Number 3, everybody couldn't wait to get their face on television. Number 4, they had inconsistent statements. Number 5, it was a 12 hours after an attack. And the FBI special agent in charge says, this is not a terrorist attack. And you and I both know, let's go back to our DA days. When you have a press conference, you have a command center, one person is in charge. Anybody in law enforcement who talks outside of that a group is going to be hammered, okay? This Ann Kirkpatrick, or whatever her name is, she's out there giving her opinion to anyone who will listen to her. And she's the one, I think she said something like, we've proved time and time again that we can handle large crowds. You buffoon. 14 people just died. And there's another, 20 in the hospital. Am I wrong?
No, but this is where you and I, we probably agree. See, I don't even get to all the points you just made, because I think these press conferences, for the most part, are ridiculous and self-serving. I mean, count up the number of times
Trey, was about those bollards. Well, we were looking to get the bollards for the Super Bowl. If not before, they kind of qualified it real fast. Well, why the Super Bowl? Why not the Sugar Bowl? Why not New Year's Eve? Now,
Mardi Gras.
And Mardi Gras in March, right. So the question that I have is, I want to know about that contract of the bollards. You know, are you protecting the person who is making the bollards by saying, well, we wanted it on the Super Bowl? And by the way, what kind of contract was that? Was that a no-bid contract? Who were the other people who competed if it wasn't a no-bid? What was the date of completion? Was time of the essence on these bollards? That's where I would go with this.
The only question I would add to that is, how long ago was 9/11? How long ago was the most recent terrorist attack? Terrorism in the United States is not a new phenomenon. So you've got schools, you've got churches, you've got outdoor concerts. I mean, all these mass killings, whether they're terrorism or whether they're domestic, safety should be the number one consideration anytime there are more than two people gathered. And sporting events, to me, have always been kind of a soft target. Now, they didn't attack the Sugar Bowl per se, but they caused a delay in the Sugar Bowl because they attacked. I mean, think about Fifth Street in Austin. Think about New York Times. I mean, New York, for all the criticism they get in New York, at least when I am there, I do see a police presence, which has a deterring effect. And certainly, in parts of New York where I walk, there's a police presence. So that also deters terrorism to just have a presence. Why you would wait until, I mean, we've been having terror attacks in this country for some of your listeners' entire lives. And you want to wait until the Super Bowl? You want to wait a month? Why? Now, Jeff and I came in together, the governor of Louisiana. He's a lawyer. He's a smart guy. I'd want to hear him out. I'd want to give him a chance to answer the questions that you just asked. But I for the life of me, the number one, no other right matters, Judge, if you are dead. Nothing else matters. So why is public safety not the number one consideration?
Yeah. Well, the truth is that the first order of government is the protection of its people. And, Joe Biden comes out and says, he doubles down. It was almost like he was happy that this was a homegrown extremist. And he downplayed the ISIS threat, repeatedly saying white supremacy is still the most lethal danger. And everybody just cuts him out. It's like, I don't want to talk about this. But you were a United States attorney. Now, you've got the person in charge of the local FBI office, Tia Duncan. And she said 12 hours later, it's not a terrorist event. Now, is that like the knee-jerk reaction of everyone on the left, from Obama to Biden, that you remember Fort Hood? Oh, no, it's not terrorism. That everything that could be terrorism and that hasn't been ruled in or out yet, they immediately say it's not that. Why do they have that reaction that, no, it's not that? I mean, why wouldn't she say, we can't rule in or out what's going on yet?
Because the FBI is incapable of doing that. They're incapable of saying, we're still investigating, we don't know. Now, Chris Wray, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris Wray, in a congressional hearing, said we weren't sure if it was shrapnel or actually a bullet that hit then-candidate, former President-elect Donald Trump. This is the top law enforcement official of the country, and he gets a basic fact wrong in front of Congress. Why the FBI is it? First of all, you and I both well know the first line of defense is state and local cops. The Bureau usually comes in to assist afterwards, but they also run the press conference. I mean, that was always the joke when I was at USA. That was their main function, was to take credit for what other people had done. Why do you require? Well, why you can't say we're in the process of investigating? We'll let you know. There may be prosecutions. There may have been other people involved. So why are you talking about the facts, which judges don't like? You do have to answer some questions because the public wants to know. But at least get it right. If you're going to answer questions, get it right.
Yeah, well, the terrorist sympathizers now, they're showing support for the New Orleans or New Orleans. How do you say it?
New Orleans.
Oh, you do?
That's how I'm saying it, but I'm from South Carolina.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was New Orleans, but whatever. They're saying that, these terrorist sympathizers are supporting it. And it really is very disappointing that they can run around, and I understand the First Amendment, that I am Hamas, I support Hamas, and, then you have prosecutors like Alvin Bragg who then cut some loose that were arrested in Columbia on the campus for trespass or mischief or burglary for breaking into the building. So they're never punished. Do you think there's going to be a rise in terrorism going forward?
I think that our kids and grandkids are going to live with this threat for the remainder of their days. I think, for the longest time, we said we'd rather fight them over there than fight them here. And then there was more of the dovish wing that came within the Republican Party that doesn't want to fight. And I don't want to fight those wars either. But if you're going to fight them, would you rather fight them over there or fight them here? Now, this was a military guy. So if I'm the military, I look at my screening, I look at what happened while this person was in military service, who missed the radicalization, who missed the change in this person. Here, you put your finger on, to me, the biggest conundrum we have in this country, because we're known for freedom. You and I actually happened. Something bad happens, they bring us in, we prosecute the perpetrator. This is different. It is stopping something from happening. So that's a different set of tools, and whether or not the American people are willing to trade a little bit of their both privacy or a little bit of their freedom, if you will, to remain alive, that's going to be the debate going forward.
Well, I think that we're always going to be vulnerable, Trey, because we are an infantry society.
Yes.
And we depend upon leadership to protect us. I mean, it's almost like this unspoken agreement that, vigilante justice in America was replaced by the social contract that, Americans would be protected by the government. And yet it seems that the government and people in government are so interested in being re-elected that there isn't a priority to protect us. And when our money is being spent and there's no real protection, and I got to tell you, Trey Gowdy, every ounce of my, being tells me there's a lot of corruption down there in New Orleans, and that, when they got up there, it was like everyone was trying to not only excuse themselves, but to protect something. And that's something that got me done.
Tourism. That's what they're trying to protect is tourism. Can you imagine when people decided they didn't want to go to New Orleans anymore? I was lucky from the day after Christmas until a couple of days ago. I went on a trip with our incoming CIA director, John Ratcliffe, who's obviously a very, very good friend of mine. And John may have had the most conservative rating in all of Congress. I think he was number one. So he's not like the globalist rhino. He's a very conservative guy. But when you talk to him about surveillance programs, some of them definitely, many of them definitely need to be reformed. But how you ask people, state and local law enforcement, by the time you have enough, probable cause, you can arrest based on probable cause. Sure. So if that's the standard, then just go ahead and arrest them. The problem is you don't have probable cause at a certain point. You're caught off guard, whether it's the Boston Marathon bomber, whether it's what happened in New Orleans, you are reacting. And if American people decide, you know what, we're okay having a dozen people dead in New Orleans, we're okay with the Boston Marathon bomber, we'd rather have our freedom than our safety, then we need to have that conversation. I am a public safety first person.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't care if people look at my social media accounts because I don't have any. So I don't care if you look at mine. I do want to stay alive because no other right I have matters if I'm dead.
Well, there's no question, and there's nothing more painful I can imagine, and I don't ever want to have to imagine, than making funeral preparations for your own child who went to New Orleans on, New Year's Eve to have a good time, and it totally breaks my heart. It really does, Trey. I mean, you got to say to yourself, my God, they deserve it.
Nowhere is safe anymore, Judge. Nowhere is safe anymore. Not any time there's a public gathering, it is a soft target. And whether it's concrete trucks, I mean, look, some of the big cities get a lot of knocks, but at least they're used to, trucks filled with sand, anything it takes to stop a car. Clearly, that's how terrorists are going now. They're using automobiles as weapons. We also, I think, saw in the French Riviera not that long ago, there was another terrorist attack involving an automobile. The bad guys who want to hurt you are usually thinking ahead of the good guys and gals who want to protect us.
There's no question.
They're creative in how they're going to go about killing us. And we got to get a little more creative in how we stop it.
Well, I want to say one more thing, Trey, because you brought up a very important point, and that is that terrorism, it comes in all forms, obviously, but deadly vehicle attacks are becoming increasingly common. I mean, we saw it last month in Germany. We've seen it in London and Toronto and Waukesha, Wisconsin. Remember that? You know, 2 years ago, it was what was it, a Christmas parade? Yes. And, you know, we've seen it in New York before and Nice, France. I mean, now they're taking vehicles. And if you're not smart enough to realize that, you know, a new chapter in attacks are occurring with, you know, cars and trucks barreling into crowds, you know, then maybe you shouldn't be in a position of protecting people if you can't figure that out. Anyway, Trey Gowdy, it's great to have you on the show today, and we very much appreciate everything that you've done. God bless you. Take care, and thanks for joining us.
Happy New Year. Please, the court of 2025 is the happiest year ever for you, Your Honor.
Oh, and for all of us, God bless. Thank you, Trey Gowdy,
Yes,
everybody.
ma'am.
All right. Everybody, I love the yes, ma'am. But anyway, Trey Gowdy, great guy, smart guy. And up next, I am going to gavel out with my closing argument. It's all coming up here on the Red Apple Audio Network.
This is the Judge Janine Show.
Thanks to the generosity of friends like you, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation welcomes U.S. Army Specialist Fred Menard into a new mortgage-free smart home in Florida. Fred decided to enlist in the U.S. Army after being motivated by 9/11 and his desire to be a part of something that truly matters. While on a road clearance mission in Afghanistan, Fred's vehicle was blown up by an improvised explosive device. In that instant, his life changed forever. The blast left Fred, a T4 paraplegic with traumatic brain injury, compartment syndrome in both arms, unable to use his legs, and severe internal injury. first show of 2025. I love you all. Thank you for listening. Make sure you join us right back here next week, same time, same place, for the Judge Janine Tunnel to Towers Foundation show. Have a great day, everyone. Take care.
Advisor on Asian Affairs, hosted government leaders
cold outside.
On a weekday, will be charged only 75% discounted overnight. Am I getting that? I guess so. Are there any roads that are exempt from tolling? The West Side Highway, FDR Drive, and the Battery Park underpass. The tunnel under the Battery that links FDR Drive to the West Side Highway are all deemed to be outside the congestion pricing zone. A driver who rounds the horn of Manhattan on the highways from the Upper West to the Upper East Sides, for example, will not be charged. So if you're above 60 and you're on the highways, East Side, West Side, you're not going to get charged. You're only charged what they call the surface streets, obviously the streets and avenues. Up to the next question. Is the West Side Highway south of 57th Street considered a highway or so? Now this answer that I'm reading doesn't make sense. An exempt highway. So I looked it up. It looks like south of 57th Street on the West Side Highway is not going to be charged. I kind of looked it up when I was doing my whatever I was doing here to the south. So I'm not sure. I don't think it's going to be charged south of 57th Street. All right, what about coming off bridges and tunnels? That depends on the bridge or tunnel. If you enter Manhattan at the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel and drive directly up the east side and the upper west side to north of 60th Street, without leaving the highways, you will not be charged. So once again, okay. Likewise, a driver who goes between the Brooklyn Bridge and the FDR Drive using the on-ramps between the two will stay off the surface streets and therefore not be charged. Similarly to connections between the West Side Highway and the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel is not considered part of the congestion zone. So once again, no. But not all the bridges and tunnels connect directly to the highway. So if you're going to, pay, they're not all connected, right? If you get out to a surface road. Drivers coming down the West Side Highway to get to the Holland or Lincoln Tunnel, or headed down to the FDR with an eye toward the Williamsburg, Manhattan, or Queensboro bridges, or the Queens Midtown Tunnel, will have to first jump on Surface Street, and then you will be charged. Right? Likewise, drivers coming into Manhattan off those bridges and tunnels into streets will pay. Okay? So, next question. So if I take the Holland or Lincoln Tunnel and pay that toll coming in from New York, Jersey, I get told again when entering Manhattan? Yes, but during daytime hours from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. on weekdays, or 9 to 9 on weekends, the MTA will discount part of the tunnel toll with what they're calling a crossing credit. Oh, that's cute. Thank you. For the Holland and Lincoln tunnels, the crossing credit will start at $3 for ordinary drivers and climb to $5 by the time the full toll phases in 2031. For the Brooklyn Battery and Queens Midtown tunnels, the credit will start at $1.50, right? Isn't this so confusing? Not really, but there's a lot to take in. What about gridlock days? The congestion pricing plan is approved, allows the MTA discretion to tack a 25% surcharge on the toll on days declared by the Transportation Department to be gridlock alert days. Those days, said to be the heaviest traffic days of the year, typically come with winter holidays and United Nations Assembly. The city DOT declares 20 such days this year as gridlock alert. If invoked, that would raise the base toll to $11.25 on those days. Governor Hochul last month indicated that she would put the kibosh on gridlock days hikes. Barry Williams for New York Daily News. Will it cost more to to take a taxi and an Uber. Of course it's going to cost more. Taxi, Ubers, Lyfts, and other for-hire vehicles with taxi limousine commissions plates will be assessed a surcharge. This low surcharge will start at 75 cents for taxi, $1.50 for Uber and Lyft, and 28 up until 28. That increased to $1 for taxi, $2 for the Ubers and Lyfts in 2031. It will go up to $1.50 for taxis and $2.50 for Ubers and the Lyfts. So what's the best way to avoid congestion? Don't go into the city. Here's my congestion. Take Metro. No one will be told to leave in the congestion zone or entering. If you drive from north of the congestion toll to the Hudson Bridge, whatever, you're not going to get charged. Same for New Jersey.
No coffee number.
Sorry, the person you are trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet. Please try it.
Delivery.
Which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. They're here for you. Take down this number and call 800-809-7991. That's 800-809-7991. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Why? Your vein problems will not go away.
Delivery. Yeah.
How you doing?
Jillian.
Yes.
through me.
Yeah.
It's horrible. I ride the subway. I use it all the time.
So it really is time to revive the broken window theory. And
It is in my mind. It's also time to revive common sense and the first principles of government. Protect your citizens. I mean, my God Almighty, why this shouldn't be clear to anyone over the age of 10 is beyond me.
just common sense. And these two policies, they both can be attached to the same label: the broken windows theory and the theory about making sure that you catch repeat criminals.
Stop and frisk, yes, of course.
Stop and frisk and broken window. That was Ray Kelly, right?
Right.
In New
Yes.
York City. And we need to bring both of those back. Stop and frisk was killed by the courts because it wasn't done well, and you could do it in a way where it would be legal and constitutional and not found to be racist. But after a policy was designed by Rudy and
Are you going to the theater? $209. Okay, this building.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good
Yeah,
day.
you're
Good luck. You have a good day. Thank you.
You too. Thank
Well,
you. Bye-bye.
You're going to the theater. You're going to see a movie. Form theater. Do you know the theater? Shush.
looks like Stop and Frisk might be coming back because Mayor Adams in his campaign talked about that, but nobody had the guts to do it.
That's exactly right, Dick. The society, New York City society, no longer has either the will or the capacity. Remember, when Rudy Giuliani was mayor, there were 40,000 New York City police officers. Today, that number is down to 33,000, and it's diminishing each year. The truth is, the city doesn't have the will or the capacity, right, to do what is necessary to regain the safety and security of the New York City subways.
The city doesn't have enough Republicans.
There you go. Well, and listen,
There you go.
Republicans have a far better record on this, but they're not without fault. I mean, it's outrageous. It's outrageous. And the citizens are Gregory. Everyone sits around and complains about the governor and mayor. I want to talk about the citizens that continue to vote for these imbeciles who have suicidal urges for society. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, suicide urges are fine. I really appreciate you coming on and reminding us of this policy. Thank you, Mike. It's great. Now, while that's happening, there was a little progress this week on the issue of
fabrication.
mentally ill.
Fabrication.
Patsy Cline had some thoughts about that.
My Marshall. Kush.
Come on, Patsy. Then Friday, she introduced legislation in the state budget, which makes it easier to pass, to involuntarily commit those suffering from mental illness to hospitals, citing an uptick in violent crimes on the city subway system. A spate of shocking crimes, including the woman fatally settled aboard a Brooklyn bound F train, and the man thrown in front of a one train, many allegedly done by those with serious mental illnesses, have brought the issue of public safety on the city's transit system.
No coughing, Lambo.
We can't fully address this problem.
Free gas.
That's why I've been including legislation in my executive budget to finally change New York's involuntary commitment standards, HOCO said. HOCO wouldn't elaborate on exactly how they plan to expand the commitment laws, but these details will be in the executive budget.
Currently, hospitals in the state are able to take in people who are at risk to themselves and others. The new legislation will expand that to allow for more involuntary removals, according to its regulations. The move comes after Mayor Adams has for months.
It is what it is. Take it or leave it. Right?
Involuntary removal. With today's announcement, we are exceptionally grateful that Ms. Adams talking to Governor Hochul for listening to our calls and to the calls of everyday New Yorkers. And we look forward to working with her to develop next steps to finally codify these changes into law and
delivery.
There's no dignity in withering away on the streets without the ability to help yourself. And there is no moral superiority in just walking by those individuals and doing nothing. The mayor's own involuntarily commitment initiative, under which NYPD officials and outreach teams took individuals who appeared to pose a threat, has touched off controversy since its start in 2022. The governor's legislation is likewise is likely to set up a fight with the left-leaning elected officials. Some progressives and mental health advocates have warned that expanding the policy to empower people who aren't actually need hospitalization, simply removing people from subways does not provide any more long-term solutions. Yeah, okay, but it provides a lot of short-term solutions. Yeah, right, that we need. And we absolutely need them. You can't on the one hand tell us that you can carry pay through the nose to be able to drive, and you gotta be robbed to use the subway in that transit and put your life at risk. You can't do both of those. Right. And that's the lesson of this. Now, if New York seems better, there's a reason for that. It's because there are far more Republicans than Democrats that were added to the electorate this year. We'll talk about that in a minute. President Trump warned the U.S. dollar is crashing and will no longer be the world's king.
Yeah, Maria.
Anyway, I could get some heat back.
Oh, sure. Too cold outside. Maria, Maria, Maria.
Wonder had some thoughts about that. Yeah. I'm sure everyone knows the songs I pick and the song Dick Morris picks. So his are all do. Mine are cool, funky tunes. Listen, the call-in number 800-848-9222. Once again, the call-in number 800-848-9222.
Defaults on U.S. credit card loans have hit the highest level since the wake of the 2008 financial crisis. In a sign that lower-income consumers' financial health is waning after years of high inflation. Credit card lenders wrote off $46 billion in seriously delinquent loan balances in the first 9 months of the same period the year before. And the highest level, the high-income households are fine, but middle-class households are increasingly having to go into credit card default. During the campaign, President Trump advocated something that was actually an idea that Chris Ruddy suggested to me. And brother and I called Trump and suggested it to him. And he's adopted it, and oddly enough, Bernie Sanders just endorsed the bill. Legislation to codify Trump's proposal to cap credit card interest rates. The idea was that Trump proposed a 10% cap on credit card interest rates. And Trump And the point is that the interest rates on credit cards are now running north of 20%.
That's unbelievable.
And with the large number of people entering default in their credit cards, the cost of that interest rate is enormous.
First of all, someone using a credit card, doesn't have the money maybe to start with, and now it goes up to, their rate is 20% to get about it. They're not going to pay that back.
Trump said, well, working Americans catch up. We're going to put a temporary cap on credit card interest rates. We can't let them make 25 or 30%, he said of credit card companies. Carolyn Levitt, a Trump campaign spokeswoman, who's since been tapped to be White House press secretary, said at the time the intent of the policy was to provide temporary and immediate relief for working families. She specifically mentioned those who are struggling to make ends meet and cannot afford hefty interest rates on top of the skyrocketing costs of mortgages, rents, groceries, and gas. But this is something that Trump can do and I think will do immediately. When you go into default on your credit card, they stop letting you use it. And then they send you a bill for the amount you've racked up. And typically that has an interest rate of 18 or 20, of 28 or 30%. So you may have gotten a credit card initially with a rate of only 5 and 8%, but now it's tripled or quadrupled, and we're in default.
I have some questions for you after the break. I want to ask you a question or two about that.
Okay.
All right, let's go to break.
Let's go to break and we'll discuss that when we get back. President Donald J. Trump warned the U.S. dollar is fragile and will no longer be the world standard. This will be our greatest defeat in 200 years. BRICS, B-R-I-C-S, was introduced last summer, and countries from all around the world began applying. Saudi Arabia allowed the petrodollar deal with the U.S. to expire after more than 50 years. The petrodollar cemented the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency. But now Russia has replaced the dollar with the yuan for all currency trade. The rest of the world sees how vulnerable we are under this administration. I hope you see how vulnerable your U.S. dollars and retirement accounts are too. Patriot Gold Group has the No Fee for Life IRA, where your IRA or 401k can be in physical gold and silver, and you may be eligible for the No Fee for Life IRA. Call 888-594-7855. That's 888-594-7855 for a free investor guide today. That's 888-594-7855.
Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Anthony Weiner, The Middle, Unplugged.
The second thing to understand about New York is the place that immigration plays in our civic life and in our political life and in our history in New York City. But the waves of immigration have defined New York City's cultural and political life in all kinds of ways. For example, when we went through a period in the 1970s where famously during the 1977 World Series, they had a shot from the blimp looking at the Bronx, and there was literally smoke and flames in a couple of spots in Howard Cosell. Ladies and gentlemen, he says, the Bronx is burning. Well, that stopped being a thing, and the Bronx boomed, and the Bronx became developed and much safer and much more populated because of the wave of Dominican immigrants that came in the early 1980s. And Rudy Giuliani, who was the mayor, all the time talked about how important immigration was to the return of the city.
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform. This is The Dick Morris Show, presented by the Patriot Gold Group on 77 WABC.
Welcome back to the Dick Morris Show with Doug Shapiro, sponsored by the Patriot Gold Group. My God, did you hear that ad that they just played from Anthony Weiner, who was attempting a political comeback?
The fight?
And he started by getting space on this radio station. He's literally saying that the Bronx is no longer in flames and is no longer a poverty area because of the influx of Dominican immigrants who have totally turned things around. And he's using that to justify support for increased illegal immigration in the United States. And this guy is doing a political comeback here. So whatever you do, don't vote for Weiner. He was a disaster when Hillary was running for president, and he's a disaster now. You were saying that
the credit card, all of a sudden the person loses their credit card, they can't use it anymore. And then it goes up to whatever you, I don't know, you said 23,
20.
Yeah, right. Why do they do that?
To do that, they impose strict limits on how high credit card interest rates can go. But once you're in default, those limits go away, and they can charge whatever they like, and they do. And one of the huge sources of income of credit card companies is the default interest rate. And by limiting those to 10%, which Trump has proposed, and now Bernie Sanders of all people will close a gigantic loophole that's responsible for a vast amount of pain and suffering by people who are having trouble catching up. And it's a major change, a very important one. And
no coffee now.
Gonna do it.
You know, if I buy it cash, I didn't buy it. I had a credit card for emergencies and rental cars and that type of thing. But growing up, if I couldn't get it cash or go to dinner with cash, I did not go. I couldn't. You know, being an artist and a freelance artist, your money.
Yeah, Francis.
Yes, thank you. Is it possible you can... Oh, the seat's up. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, good for leg room, yeah.
A little cold out today, huh?
Yeah. That's why I'm here for you. I'm like...
what?
That's why I'm here for you. Like I'm like
Say that again?
I'm like your jacket. Keep you warm. Keep you warm in the winter. And,
but it's also very lightweight.
And cool in the summer. Yeah.
Possible to get a little more heat up there?
Yeah, sure.
I was going to walk.
Oh no. It's
Not today, I don't think. Right?
Like 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
It's a little too cold. How are you today?
Thank you.
Is he?
You going to church or something?
Charlton. Really cold through the street.
Yeah.
Say that again, please.
We have AMC theater here.
Yeah.
Enormous.
You like movies?
You want coffee?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
You have holy water on the side.
Say that again.
You have holy water on the side.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
There's always people out in New York, no matter what the weather is.
Yeah. Nighttime, daytime, always.
You work only days?
Yeah, yeah. Like 10 million people here.
What's that?
Like 10 million people in New York, so they're always going places.
Why does it feel very windy?
Windy?
Thank you.
A little fresh air is good.
Can you turn on here? Is it telling you to turn here?
Yeah.
I don't have reasonable doubt.
You have appointment? You have appointment?
I'm going to someone's house.
Oh, nice.
Just a rational agent acting in the most self-interested way possible. As a researcher in academia, I think you achieve.
We'll talk about what's being done to change that, and even more important, why academic fraud isn't just an academic problem. That has had an incredibly corrosive impact on public health, on people's beliefs about the sources of autism, the impacts of vaccines, etc. We revisit our 2024 series called Why Is There So Much Fraud in Academia? That's coming up on Freakonomics Radio right after this hour's news.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Nora Rahm. In New Orleans, federal, state, and local officials held a news conference this morning on their investigation into the attack early on New Year's Day. A man identified as Shamsuddin Jabbar drove a pickup truck into a crowd, killing 14 people. He was shot dead by police.
recorded a video as he rode through the French Quarter on a bicycle.
He said Meta glasses look like regular glasses, but allow the user to record video and photos hand-free. The largest joint military base in the nation is increasing security after the New Year's Day attacks in New Orleans and Las Vegas. Texas Public Radio's Jerry Clayton has more.
The Pentagon has suspended the Trusted Traveler program, which allowed some vehicles to pass through security gates at military installations without undergoing normal security screens. A social media post from Joint Base San Antonio states that 100% ID checks will be enforced for all personnel and visitors entering any JBSA location. All vehicle occupants must show ID. The suspension of the Trusted Traveler program affects several military bases in the U.S. and comes in the wake of two attacks, one in New Orleans and another in Las Vegas on New Year's Day. Both were carried out by persons connected to the U.S. military. JBSA employs around 90,000 military and civilian personnel. I'm Jerry Clayton in San Antonio.
A major winter storm is sweeping across central U.S. with snow, ice, and freezing temperatures. Blizzard warnings are posted in Kansas and Missouri. In Kansas City, Missouri, Mayor Quint Lucas says they're ready.
This is not something that's unusual for us. Major winter storms are a thing that we have. It doesn't mean that we are unserious about them. It does mean that we're realistic and our city will reopen in the days ahead.
The National Weather Service warns people to avoid unnecessary travel. Joe Biden only has a few more weeks as president, and as NPR's Mara Liasson reports, he's trying to make it harder for Donald Trump to overturn his legacy. In the final days of his presidency, Biden is trying to Trump-proof his accomplishments. He's created legal roadblocks to Trump's plan to fire tens of thousands of civil servants, and he's reportedly considering a preemptive pardon for former Representative Liz Cheney, who led the investigation into the January 6th attacks. Trump has said he wants to put her in jail. Biden may also place a permanent ban on oil and gas drilling in federal waters. If Trump wanted to reverse that, he'd need congressional approval. And in another final act, Biden has reportedly notified Congress that the U.S. will sell $8 billion of weapons to Israel. Mara Liasson, NPR News. This is NPR News in Washington.
And this is WNYC in New York. I'm David First, 31 degrees, 4 minutes after 1 o'clock. Well, it's official. At just after midnight this morning, the MTA began its congestion pricing program in Manhattan. And to welcome the start of the tolling program, more than 24 supporters gathered with champagne and noisemakers at the entrance to the cordon on 60th Street near the Queensboro Bridge. 39-year-old Brandon Chamberlain was among the revelers. He drove over from Park Slope.
So excited for it to be relieved that we got across the finish line and had to come up and drive across 225 for New York City on a Saturday night. The best deal there is.
It has to be said, not all drivers were quite so enthusiastic. The full price $9 toll kicked in at 9 o'clock this morning, and during the week, that full charge is in effect from 5 a.m. until 9 p.m. All of the money goes to the MTA for transit upgrades. If you're staying in a New York hotel, you might have noticed they're a little less amenable to giving you certain amenities. WNYC's Louis Hoffman explains why.
Starting this month, hotels, motels, and boarding houses with at least 50 rooms are barred from giving out plastic bottles smaller than 12 ounces with personal care products. Next year, the same rule goes into effect for smaller facilities. State officials say that's because those tiny shampoo bottles, the soap, the moisturizers, they have a real cost to the environment, and a lot of them just get discarded anyway. They suggest hotels and other facilities with leftover plastic bottles donate them to charity or to places that will reuse them.
34 degrees, increasing clouds tonight, back down to the 20s tomorrow. Good chance for light snow in New York City. Looks like more snow, 1 to 3 inches, maybe even 2 to 4 inches west and south of the city.
Support for NPR comes from the Cy Sims Foundation, partnering with organizations and people since 1985, working for a better and more just future for all. More information is available at cysimsfoundation.org.
A couple of years ago, Francesca Gino was, there's really no other way of putting it, she was a superstar, an academic superstar at least. She was at the center of everything, being a prestigious faculty member at Harvard and all of her public speaking and her books. Her reputation was perfect. She was synonymous with the highest levels of
right side?
Right, the right side is good.
Oh, sure. Here, I'll pull this side a little open here. Good luck. You have a good day. Happy New Year. Take care.
Same to you, sir. Here
Good
you go.
luck.
I like to give tips in cash.
Appreciate it. Thank you. God bless
Give me
you.
a minute to get my
Take
butt
your
out.
time. Appreciate it.
At the Harvard Business School, where she has been a professor of business administration. Gino's research
So nice of you to offer coffee.
make the
Yeah.
decisions they do at work and how
Good
leaders
day.
and employees
Thank you.
can have more productive lives. Who wouldn't want that? Gino became a superstar by publishing a great number of research papers in
Delivery.
journals as well as a couple of books related to called Rebel Talent.
The two others.
She produced the kind of camera-ready research that plays perfectly into the virtuous circle of
מה קורה?
a journal article
מה, איזה חג עכשיו? יש חגים, משהו? מה קורה? אני פרסמתי. אולי עכשיו בגלל החגים, אולי היא לא עונה, צריך לנסות אחרת. אולי בגלל החגים היא לא עונה. היא אמרה חגים, אני יודע, אולי בגלל החגים. מה קורה?
investigated Gino's work and found that she had intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly committed research misconduct. Gino was suspended without pay.
אז תביא לו את הטלפון, מה הבעיה?
חבר שלך, לא מכיר. חבר של עמי.
התימני הרזה, התחמן הזה עם הכלבים.
למה? איך התקשרת אליו? איך התקשרת בטלפון שלו? חבר שלו בא לפה, נתן לי טלפון. חבר שלו בא לניו יורק, נתן לי טלפון. כן, למה היה באמריקה? הוא בא עכשיו ברחוב אלן ב-32. תפקיד נראה שם. אתה יודע איפה גר? קטעים. הוא גר באלפי, כן. יש לי בית פה, מעבד שליח. תגיד לו עבד שליח. אתה מכיר אותה? כן, ראיתי אותו פעמיים. הייתי הולך אצלו הביתה פעם. אתה זוכר את הפעם הזה קטעים. אומר לי, מה עם יוסי? כן, זה... זה קטעים. זה לנסוע לתאילנד.
הכי טוב תאילנד.
הוא קצת כזה צרוד בראש. מה? הוא קצת צרוד בראש. כמה צרוד? בחר טוב. זה קטעים. אז נביא לו את הטלפון שלך, אתה רוצה את הטלפון שלו? כן, לא, אני יודע, מה עם בלי עוד הצידה עוד פעם? כן, עכו. איפה אתה מאמן? מה קרה? הם אוהבים להישאר בליגה הלאומית. איפה אתה מאמן? כן. זאת הטלפון של יום. נוסף? מה לי פה? תתן לו אותו שתשאיר עליי. מה הטלפון שלך? מה הטלפון שלך?
תגיד לי מה הטלפון, אני אשלח ליוסי בוואטסאפ.
053 053 415 415 4954 4954 053 415 4954 מה זה, טלפון?
זה הטלפון חכם או טיפש?
הנה, עמלה, דירה ברמת גן, אתה שואל 600,000 שקל כתוב פה בגוגל, במאמר חתימה, את השאר בתשלומים, אתה מקבל דירה חדשה ברמת גן.
תשלח לי בוואטסאפ.
דירת בוטיק קוראים לזה, דירת בוטיק.
דירת בוטיק.
כל בניין כזה, ישר עשינו קצת שיפוצים, קוראים לו בדירת בוטיק. תבדוק, 600,000 שקל, אז נבדוק.
I want the פופלוס.
הנה, ברחוב רש"י 12, זה רש"י זה רחוב ראשי. אני קצת בקום של החוב. אני קצת במפה רחוב רש"י 12. רחוב רש"י 12 במכה. הגוגל של הארץ צופת גם באמריקה לא. בכל העולם.
אתה צריך להיכנס, אלי, אתה יכול להוציא תעודת לידה באינטרנט, גם בעברית, גם באנגלית. תיגש, תרשום בגוגל או בצ'אט GPT, תעודת לידה, אתה יכול להדפיס, אפילו לא מבקשים תשלום.
כן. זה תחנת, חיים באינטרנט וגוגל זה תחנת רוסיה. זה בנייה. נווה סוסטר, קומין סון. מה אני עושה? אני לא מדבר דבר על הבית.
הכל בסדר. הרוחסן שלה פתוח כל הזמן.
בונים שם, ברש"י שאתם רואה בונים. ואיזה בניין לידו. בניין לידו, זה מקומות. אין דער. זה רש"י 14. רק יזר לא. רש"י 8. הבניין לידו. הבניין בסדר.
תשאל בצ'אט GPT איך לעשות תעודת לידה ישראלית. תיגש גם באנגלית וגם בעברית, תשלחו לך לאימייל, ועם זה תיגש למשרד הרישוי. כי עכשיו, לדוגמה, אתה בלי דרכון יכול לנסוע נגיד למיימי, אבל עכשיו טראמפ אמר מהיום והלאה חייב דרכון, חייב ID אמיתי, חייב הכל אמיתי. אפילו שאתה נוסע לניו ג'רסי אפילו. זה שאני אומר, לניו ג'רסי אפילו תיסע, יבקשו ממך ניירות. זה בעיה. אז תפעל מהר לפני שיהיה לך בעיות עם טראמפ.
קצת קיפיתי איך להוציא תעודת לידה, איך אמרת?
תעודת לידה מהארץ שידפיסו לך. אתה תקבל לינק, תעודת לידה באנגלית. מישראל, אני יודע. אתה צריך לבנות אזור אישי כאילו לפתוח חשבון עם הגב, אתה יודע, גב ו-IL, ותפתח חשבון אישי, ושם אתה גם יכול להדפיס תעודת לידה אנגלית. אתה מדפיס את זה, תשלח לי, תלך לפדקס תדפיס, תבקש את האנגלית, ועם זה תיגש ל-DMB, שם ייתנו לך את ה-ID, NYC ID. אתה לא יודע. תפתח חשבון אישי, אזור אישי, או שאתה יכול גם בטור גסט. משרד הפנים, משרד הרישום, כל מה שקשור לארץ שנותן תעודת לידה. לא צריך משרד מקרקעין, קרקעין זה של אדמות. תשאל את צ'אט GPT שוב פעם, יעזרו לך, לאט לאט יעזרו לך.
משרד הפנים, דרכון.
לא דרכון, תעודת לידה.
תעודת לידה.
תסביר לו, יוסי, איך להוציא תעודת לידה. לא, אתה לא שייך, אל תעשה קורקט לוקיישן.
Don't allow.
On allow.
תעודת לידה לנולדים ישראל ללא עלות.
כן, תלחץ על זה. ואם מבקשו לך לעשות אזור אישי, אז תפתח חשבון אישי, הלוגין והפסוורד, אבל תעשה טקסט לעצמך או לי, כי אתה מתבגר, שוכח. כן, דיגיטלית, באינטרנט. כן.
דיגיטלי כקובץ, בטלפון ליד מחשב באופן מיידי, גם תעודת לידה תו לשונית, צריך לדעת זה כאן, לא לדעתים הקיבל, תגש.
אם יבקשו לך מספר טלפון ישראלי, אני אתן לך את הטלפון שלי, הישראלי. כי לפעמים שולחים טקסט, וזה טקסט לעימות.
כן. איך עושים טלפון ישראלי?
אתה פותח חשבון עם איזה חברה ישראלית. קר בחוץ היום. 30 מעלות. אז כן, תתמקד באנגלית, כי זה מה שאתה צריך לבינתיים. אל תבזבז זמן על העברית.
איך להוציא תעודת לידה באנגלית? רשום איך להוציא תעודת לידה באנגלית, רשום תעודת לידה דיגיטלית באנגלית.
כן, דיגיטלית, כנראה זה באינטרנט, לא במשלוח בנייר, אתה מבין?
Online birth certificate, get your birth certificate. Get new birth certificate without the hassle. Order online with government today.
אולי 17 שקל.
אסור לציין בכל זקוקים למסמכים ולחפש תעודת לידה ב5 דקות.
לא, אל תלך לאלה שיבקשו ממך כספים וזה. אתה יכול ישירות מהמשרד הרישום. יש כאלה חברות יבקשו ממך כסף, אבל אני חושב שזה חינם דרך המשרד הרישום.
תעודת לידה לנולדים בישראל ללא עלות רשות האוכלוסין וההגירה.
כן, תלחץ על זה.
דיגיטלי.
יש לך צילום של התעודת זהות שלך? הכל בסטורג', למה אתה לא שומר לך בטלפון באלבום? תעשה אלבום, תקרא לאלבום ID. הכל 5 דקות. 5 דקות. אתה יודע איך עושים אלבום? תלחץ על הפלאס, תרשום ניו אלבום. כן, אבל אתה צריך לבנות אלבום, ובאלבום תשים את כל ה-ID שלך, מה אני, הסטורג' שלך. שלחתי לך צילום של הדרכון שלך, קיבלת? שלחתי לך צילום של הדרכון שלך, קיבלת?
כן.
אז תלך לפיקצ'ר, תלחץ New Album, תרשום ID, אילי ID, ותשים אותו שם כבר עכשיו. לא יודע.
שלחת לו טקסט מסס?
למי? לך כל מיני דרכים שכל אתה קיבלת אותו לפני כמה ימים. טקסט, מסנג'ר, אימייל. נבעד לך?
הבן שלנו נהיה לו תינוקת ויש לו אחות תינוקת, שומע?
כן.
הוא מחזיק את שתי התינוקות ביד אחת, הבת שלו אחת על אחותו. זה מחזיק זה. אבא שלו מחזיק את התינוקת, הוא אומר אחת הבת שלי, אחת הנכדה שלי.
האנשים האלה.
מה הוא אומר לי? חלה, תעשה הוראת קבע $100 בשבוע לישיבה שאני פותח, אמרתי, תעזור אותי בשקט, מה נראה לך? אני בא $100 בשבוע.
כמה האנשים האלה, עבריינים.
אמרתי לו, קח חי שקלים. הוא אומר לי, מה שקלים? מה זה חי שקלים? $1. תעזוב אותי על בקש ונקסת, אני נקסת.
עבריינים. תרחק מהם.
שחקנה בניין שלישי אחוות על כך באבא שלו.
כן. טוב, יש לי אנשים, נדבר לך אחר כך להתראות.
How you doing?
Yeah, this is for Matt, yeah?
Yes.
Tonight, 27 degrees will be the low, and then tomorrow, just a high of 32 degrees. Good chance for some light snow falling
addition B, and you don't even talk about it. You just compare A to C. That, remember, is one of the things the data colada guys did in their cranky paper about when I'm 64. They just left out hot potato. And then there are things that are mildly statistical, but in a very relaxed way. Well, we collected this data, but it's kind of skewed. It has some outliers. And you say, we should eliminate those outliers. Or we should Windsorite the outliers, which is basically truncating them down to a lower high number. Or you can run them through an algorithm where you say, oh, let's transform them with a logarithm or with a square root. And those are all decisions that are justifiable. They're not crazy. It's just, if you have a consideration of reporting one variable or the other, and one variable makes your hypothesis look good, and the other variable makes your hypothesis look less good, you end up reporting the one that looks good, either because you're being self-serving, or honestly, because you'd say, like, I'm not sure which one is better, but my hypothesis tells me it should be the one that looks good, and that one looks good. It's probably the better measure.
And here's Simonson. There's a few approaches. Some of them that we've done, like just do statistics, and that this is statistically impossible. The other is you see associations in the data, or lack associations with the data, that they're not mathematical properties, but just anybody looking at data who's familiar with that would realize this is not right. Imagine you have data on weight and height, and you correlate it, and you find zero correlation. That cannot be right. People who are bigger are heavier. And so if you found zero correlation or negative correlation, you think maybe these are not real weight measures. Another one is you see rounding or precision that is suspicious.
There is another category that you might call convenience errors. Here is Nelson again. These will be things that can be as simple as a typo, where someone's writing up their report and the means are actually 5.1 and 5.12, but instead someone writes it down as 51.2, and you're like, wow, that's a huge effect, right? And no one corrects it because it's a huge effect in the direction that they were expecting.
Do you think that the first set of conditions that you described are quite likely to lead to fraud? I mean, how slippery is the slope? Is the kind of person who's willing to do those things willing to go ahead and commit fraud, especially if they've gotten away with it for a while?
Well, Stephen, you're asking a question that is pretty heavy and one that I'm not particularly well equipped to answer. If you'd asked me 5 years ago, I think I would have been more refined in my answer, and I'd have said, no, that's not a slippery slope problem. There's a slippery slope between I collect 5 measures and report 1 versus I collect 10 measures and I report 1. That's slippery slope. But making up data feels qualitatively different, and I still largely stand by that view. But there have been enough anecdotes that other people, whistleblower types, have presented to us that sound a lot more like someone says, yeah, at first you do the thing where you drop some measures or drop a condition or you remove the outliers, and then also you take participant 35 and you change their answer from a 7 to a 9. You're like, whoa, that last one doesn't sound the same. But maybe there's some psychology for that it feels like it's an extension.
So these three self-appointed data detectives looked into the work done by their peers, and they publicly posted their findings.
The very first blog post we posted was about identification of fraudulent data in that paper published 10 years ago. In that one, it had collected data on a 9-point interval scale, so people can answer 1, 2, 3, up through 9. And there were numbers in the data set that were things like negative 1.7. And so you say, oh, okay, we're done. Nothing fancy. Once you open the data set, you can then close it and say it's broken.
The paper Nelson was describing had been published by 4 Taiwanese researchers in 2012 in the journal Judgment and Decision Making. After the data colada investigation, the paper was retracted. Although, as far as we can tell, the researchers weren't sanctioned or punished. So how much fraud is there? I asked Yuri Simonson.
I would estimate the share of fraud in the order of, say, 5% articles.
What's the difference between, let's say, high-profile academic journals versus mid-tier?
Okay, have a good day. Good luck. Take care.
So I don't know.
Take care.
Take
I will ignore it because the cost is so high for suing a fraud. That's just not worth it. If it's a paper that has, 7 citations up to 3 years.
Yep. Green chow. Yes. Electric guitar. Fighting. No fighting. Community. Comedy. Community comedy.
A post called Evidence of about the war. And when we come back, we'll talk about the Fannie Williams case.
6 months.
But one after the other,
6
these
months
cases
community.
against Trump, this massive lawfare account, assault,
6 month
consuming
community.
hundreds and thousands of hours
6
of
months
television
boot
and radio
camp.
time talking about it, and dominating the campaign.
6
So one
months
after another
boot
going
camps.
away or being thrown out. Well, hopefully they never had any merit in the first place, and now the people
The
of Boston are abandoning because of Trump's victory. Accountability, I like to see. President Donald J. Trump warned the U.S. dollar is crashing and will no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat in 200 years. BRICS, B-R-I-C-S, was introduced last summer, and countries from all around the world began applying. Saudi Arabia allowed the petrodollar deal with the U.S. to expire after more than 50 years. The petrodollar cemented the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency, but now Russia has replaced the dollar with the yuan for all currency trade. The rest of the world sees how vulnerable we are to this administration. I hope you see how vulnerable your U.S. dollars and retirement accounts are too. Patriot Gold Group has the No Fee for Life IRA, where your IRA or 401k can be in physical gold and silver, and you may be eligible for the No Fee for Life IRA. Call 888-594-7855. That's 888-594-7855 for a free investor guide today. That's 888-594-7855.
This is the Dick Morris Show, presented by the Patriot Gold Group on 77 WABC.
Directing Small Business to Corporate Transparency Act, CPA, mandates a federal-level business registry. This is new, requiring even more sensitive information than typical state-level business registrations. Fortunately, there is some reassurance that with the incoming Attorney General Scott Bessent and legal action against CPA, these attempts may not work. But gambling in this is risky in light of crippling fines for non-compliance and quickly approaching deadlines. Treasury is implementing its desired federal business registry through a new financial crimes enforcement network, FinCEN, and will include the full legal name, date of birth, home address, and passport license ID number of all beneficial owners of the business. Nearly all of your personally identifiable information placed in a government database that certainly won't get hacked. FinCEN's reporting website went live on January 1st, 24. Owners of euphemistically entitled reporting companies must submit their reporting data by 13 January 25 or face a $600 a day fine and up to 2 years in prison for willful failure to comply. Just remember, these are regulations being enacted by the Department of the Treasury after the election, after Biden's defeat, to last indefinitely, to give them information to crack down on small businesses in the future. Despite Treasury claims to the contrary, there's little practical evidence, like direct mail letters.
Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah.
This is because Yellen's Treasury did not clearly define which businesses qualify as a reporting company.
FinCEN's applicability flowchart terminates only in no or maybe. The exemption table permits a more edifying process of elimination, but CDA does not apply to the government, banks, insurance companies, large corporations, etc. Worse than the daily fine for non-compliance is arguably the cost of compliance.
Blah, 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 blah.
Laws name transparency, but FinCEN database will be exempt from FOIA. We the people will not have transparency into this database, but the database asks
Blah, 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 blah.
with their state registration, which is in the public domain. This is not transparency. It's domestic spying on those who submit to it. Such a database could be used as a backdoor visibility on the individual side source.
Visibility.
What's in our
We have a visibility. What is your visibility?
The Treasury debate applicability
Blah,
standards
blah,
and
blah, blah,
bankruptcy-inducing
blah, blah, blah,
penalties
blah.
outsourced to FinCEN to administer.
Bule, 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 bule.
Into a surveillance trap. FinCEN and the CTA could be obliterated by any orders and injunctions any day now.
Injection.
But the Treasury and by extension Justice Department get their hands on people's juicy personal and financial data a la Lois Lerner's scandal.
Blah, 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 blah,
Okay,
blah,
Dick
blah,
Morris,
blah, blah,
simplicity.
blah, blah, blah.
It all goes to show the importance of the storm by police. Of everybody's personal business information.
Blah, 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 blah.
Small businesses that have escaped under the wire
Times.
and not had to reveal all kinds of stuff about their ownership structure or anything else will now be required to make this revelation under heavy criminal penalties that could go up to $600 per day for each violation, and could cause bankruptcy and even imprisonment in business owners that don't comply. This is being sprung on us at the absolute last moment, a week before Biden leaves office.
Blah, 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 blah.
And it's being sprung on us because they couldn't get it done during the election, because it's such an outrageous intrusion. But they think they might be able to get away with. So anyway, they think they might be able to get away with it now.
Yeah, well, first of all, I really can't grasp this that much. You're talking about it was the last gasp of grasp, right?
Yeah, well, they're on their way out of office, and there's one area whose privacy they have not compromised, which is the ability of small businesses not to have to disclose their ownership structure or other stuff about them. And just in case their demand is not sufficiently outrageous or sufficiently large, they haven't even defined who has to report on this. So they're imposing this new regulation, and it's
And it's just doing it last minute, real
moment.
quick. What I want to ask you, it's not an executive order, is it? What exactly is
No,
it?
it's a Treasury Department regulation. It's truly unbelievable. Let me just...
Well, he can get away with this guy at the last minute. Do you think it's him? Probably not even him. You think it's his people?
No, this is his people.
Biden, we're talking about.
Yellen's Treasury Department has enacted, with its last gasps, is still attempting to enforce a new surveillance law of questionable constitutional constitutionality. Directed at small businesses, the Corporate Transparency Act mandates a federal-level business registry, requires more sensitive information than typical state-level business regulations. Fortunately, there's some reassurance that the incoming Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessant, and legal action might be able to block these new regulations. In the meantime, time Treasury is implementing its desired Federal Business Registry for a new Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN, will include the full legal name, date of birth, home address, and passport license ID numbers of all beneficial owners of a business. That's not great. So, this is all of a piece, actually, with the the congestion tax. What the Biden people and the Democrats are doing is, as they lose power, as they have to surrender power to the incoming Trump administration, first at the local level they're imposing this congestion tax that gives them access to vast amounts of additional money without the voters really knowing it. Secondly, they're imposing new financial regulations through this FinCEN reporting system that requires reporting small businesses to file all kinds of new information or face $600 day fines and up to 2 years in prison for not complying. Despite Treasury claims to the contrary, there's little practical evidence that the department has made sincere attempts to inform businesses of this requirement. Many small business owners might not know about it, especially those without a full-time accountant.
Community center.
Perhaps this is because Yellen's Treasury does not clearly define which businesses qualify as reporting companies. Worse than the general fine for non-compliance is arguably the cost of compliance. The laws
מה ביקשת?
We the people will not have transparency into this database, but the database asks business owners to be even more transparent than they've already been with state regulations.
So this is just more of Big Brother and all the typical...
Yeah, but it's enacted by an appointee who's leaving office, or the administration is leaving office, in the closing hours, and when literally nobody's paying attention, and for years now, businessmen will be able to be hauled before court and made to expect and fines and sentenced for not complying with registration requirements. They're being passed today at the last moment.
So, but if Trump gets this, he could act the candy? Can he just, order the hell out of this thing?
He can, but he may not. I mean, he obviously wants to, but this is so buried in all kinds of regulations. And bear in mind that the bureaucrats use these kinds of laws not just on money laundering, but to monitor the firearms industry, use it to put them out of business, going after tobacco companies, going after all agencies, all companies that use
How you doing? This for Ari, yeah? Welcome. Okay, let's go.
sorts to be better managed, and I think the way that the city's been managing the resources, it's not really going to make much of a difference. I think there's other things that we can get our funding from, and I don't think congestion pricing is the way to do it.
MTA and supporters of the plan say that money is needed to help fund public transit projects and repair. President Joe Biden is giving the 19 people the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Speaking at a White House ceremony yesterday, Biden said nationwide civilian honor is presented to Americans who made extraordinary contributions to their country and the world.
So today, I want to congratulate you for all you've accomplished. I'm grateful for the work you inspired for generations to follow.
Among the recipients are former Secretary of State and Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton, actor Denzel Washington, millionaire philanthropist George Soros, and conservationist James Goodall. Also on the list, basketball star Mike Johnson, actor Michael J. Fox, and soccer star Lionel Messi. Biden also presented monuments awards to former Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy and civil rights activist Daniel Hammer. A lawsuit is being filed against the city of New Orleans and its police department regarding the Bourbon Street terrorist attack on New Year's Day. Chris Moraggio has the story.
Sheriff in Jabal, U.S. Army veteran drove a truck down the Carteret Street that morning, killing 14 people and injuring dozens more. Personal injury law firm in the city announced will be filing a lawsuit this Wednesday for failing to implement basic safety precautions for citizens and visitors, paving the way for the attack. The firm says evidence would prove the incident was foreseeable and preventable. Officials suspect employee related negligence to commit the attack. I'm Chris Moraggio.
In another update to that story, the FBI says the man who rode in that crowd traveled to Egypt and Canada in 2023. In an update today, investigators said while the U.S. Army veteran Jabbar likely acted alone, they're still trying to determine if he met with anyone while he was abroad and if the trips were connected to that attack. Jabbar also reportedly traveled to New Orleans in the months leading up to that attack and took video along Bourbon Street. In the hours before the attack, authorities also say he placed multiple improvised explosions around the city and set a fire inside the home he was renting nearby. That attack once again killed 14 people. Jabbar died in a shootout with police after he opened fire on them and the crowd. The NYPD says the 62-year-old man is facing murder charges in the stabbing death of a 17-year-old boy outside a deli in East Harlem on Friday night. Besides murder, Saul Sanchez of Manhattan has been charged with assault and criminal possession of a weapon. Cops were called to the corner of East 108th Street and 2nd Ave shortly after 6 o'clock at night and found the teen and two other men suffering from knife wounds. Cops say that 17-year-old Carlos Rivas had been stabbed in the chest and stomach, later died at Harlem Hospital, while Sanchez and another man suffered non-life-threatening injuries. The Daily News reports a witness says the fight started out as an argument which turned violent. Now, your forecast from the 77 WABC Weather Center today. It's going to be partly sunny with a high of 31. Tonight, overnight cloudy, low of 28.
Yeah, sure.
Currently 31 and partly sunny. I'm Les Radoli. News never stops at WABCRadio.com.
A name you know, who's in the know. It's the Cindy Adams Show, 77 WABC.
Good afternoon, ladies and germs. My name is Adams, Madam Adams, Cindy Adams. I'm at the New York Post, in case you don't know and you live in some faraway place like maybe New Jersey. I am in the New York Post 4 days every week. I have been since 1981. I've been there since Andrew Jackson was there. And now I am on WABC. Understand, WABC was moribund for years. And then all of a sudden our friend took it over. And ever since Mr. Katzimatidis took it over, it is now the leading radio station in America. And I am the semi-leading person in America. And I'm going to say to you, 'tis the week after Christmas, and here is the point. Not a creature is stirring, not even smoking a joint. This station loves politics. Fine, fine, fine. But today, I am into history. Listen to my true story. This is not just a story. It actually happened. Since this is just 2 minutes right after the year changed, this is a story that happened in year 2000. I was in Jerusalem when civilization welcomed this new millennium, January 1 and 2. I was apprehensive, scared as hell. Advance warnings at that time said everything, including computers, airlines, clocks, cameras, lights. Globally, everything electric was reputed to shut down worldwide. Whatever it was in the sky, or whatever the electricity was in the world, it was going to shut down. This was just not my idea. This was happening all over the world, and we were listening to it. It wasn't me alone. And I was going to Israel with one telecast technician. That was it. Church bells pealed at 5 a.m. Imams in their minarets called the faithful to prayer. It sounds ridiculous now, but when you are a single person and you are alone and you are a female and you are thousands of miles from home and you have been hearing these stories about how the entire world electrically will be shut down and you are never going to get out of where you are to get back to where you live, you are stuck in the place of Jesus' birth. And church bells are pealing at 5 a.m. And you, that's me, have been assigned to cover civilization. That's where everyone is experiencing global tension. Trust me, you are scared. Nothing is simple in Jerusalem, where it all started, where the everything began. Jesus was born. The 3 wise men came. That star beamed overhead. The millennium for Christmas, plus the Jewish Sabbath. And also I had one lone accompaniment, my techie. His interest at that moment was not to be with me. It was to be with his family in Boston. And here we were, the two of us, scared. It was also Ramadan, holiest period for the Muslims. 400,000 followers of Islam had Mass in Jerusalem. It was scary. Me, thousands of miles from home, not with a friend anywhere. This little birthplace of everyone's God had changed overnight into an armed camp. And me, cordoned off from the city's protection. The media, radio, TV, print, all geared for and predicted the possibility of universal horror. Every block, corner, every street, intersection, uniformed police on every corner, on foot, in cars, on bikes, motorcycles. Capernaum,
Shalisha.
Ministry. Arab villagers were conducting a cookout. The Sea of Galilee, for Israeli and Jordan, once signed a police treaty. Locals scheduled a feast. There was big action in Tel Aviv. Earlier in the Negev desert, an Arab chieftain had offered me a prize. Listen, just don't ask. As his highest trophy, he handed me the IEYE to eat of a recently killed sheep. You want to know what terror is like? In Herzliya, there was a party. Atop hills of Judea, Israeli soldiers in riot gear, guns at the ready, were on guard. Along the Mediterranean shore, thousands danced and sang. Window lights lit up to count down the seconds of the new year. Israel, place of Abraham, where Jesus walked, where Muhammad ascended to heaven, in the shadow of the holiest shrines, Church of the Holy Sepulchre, where it is believed Jesus was buried, and is now divided into Christian religions: Roman, Catholic, Greek, Orthodox, Armenian, Syrian, Coptic, Ethiopian, and me. Oh, I remember that New Year's Eve. I still shake as I think about it. Pro comedians who'd spent the night entertaining drunken club-goers at junky countryside saloons used to call New Year's Eve a night for strangers. That night, in Israel, terrified, 25
And the rain of Lacey in Wisconsin.
This is the day the Lord hath made. Stand in his presence unafraid. With praise, lift up your voice. Okay, that was that. I had
Oh, there it is. I see it. Yeah, by the answer.
George Pataki became governor.
But it was on the canvas. That's
Our
weird.
then Senator Alphonse Tamara Jacobs.
Yeah. When I clicked on the notification, it says Candace mentioned you in the mirror. When I clicked on that, that's when your phone showed up.
Listen, I may have told you this story that I'm coming to. I may have told it before. But it has come to mind again. Pataki, then governor, invited me to celebrate the election in the governor's mansion. 10 people, white tablecloth, white dishes. Everyone dressed likewise. Me, for some reason, I don't even remember. I was guest of honor. And I had a magnum bottle of red wine placed at my elbow. Clumsy as a truck, I, who was wearing a white Chanel suit, made a big, expansive orange gesture and spilled a whole entire magnum over me. The white tablecloth, napkins, dishes, half the 10 guests, and all over Mrs. Pataki, who then ran upstairs to change and find something to put me into because I was soaking red. The older they get, the less they want to celebrate. Katie Court's one-time resolution is to write more thank you notes. Kim Control, light a fire, read a book, and play with my cats. The bigger they are, the less this year they want to. As told to me once by Ronald Reagan, New Year's Eve, it's for amateurs. Okay, we get to Rudy. You know Rudy who? Once our mayor, our God, our Savior. He lowered crime. He stopped the squeegee guys. Clumsy as a truck. I, who was wearing a white Chanel suit, made an expansive gesture. He is now hoping for a happy new year. His new president could, down the line, be
משה היקר והאהוב, אוהב אותך, כפרה עליך, נפלתי לאיזה שינה עמוקה, איחרתי גם לשידור, אנונימוס, כפרה על הראש שלך, חיים שלי בלב, אח שלי בדם, אח יקר, ערב טוב. חברים, כמה שיותר לייקים, כמה שיותר שיתופים. מחקתי את הלייב המתוזמן, חברים, מחקתי אותו. 301 צופים, 103 לייקים. אתמול שברנו שיא, חברים, של 1,000 לייקים. גלוס דה בוטשרי המלך, אוהב אותך, כפרה עליך. אתמול שברנו שיא של 1,000 לייקים. זה השיא שאני רוצה גם היום. כל לייב 1,000 לייקים, חברים, לא פחות מ1,000 לייק. כל לייב 1,000 לייקים, אחים שלי. כל לייב אני רוצה פה 1,000 לייקים. מגיע לנו, חברים, לתוכנית הכי חזקה ברשת, שמספקת לכם את האמת, את העקרונות, את האקשן, את המהות בכלל מה זה לראות תוכנית, מה זה להתרגש. זו התוכנית, חברים. אם לתוכנית הזאת לא תפרגנו, וואלה, אל תפרגנו פה לאף אחד. זו התוכנית הכי חזקה ברשת. סמדר שמחה, אחות שלי היקרה, השם יברך אותך. איזה כיף לראות אותך פה. קוראים תיגר, מורן ישראלי, מתן השני. יש לנו פה המון אנשים יקרים. ערן, אח שלי היקר, רובקס, אח שלי בדם. בום! מינה על העולם! בום! חברים! מי עושה $50 ב3.5 דקות? רק קובי אמסלק, חברים. הנה על העולם. אח שלי אנונימוס, כפרה עליך. איזה פצצה בדמות $50. על ההתחלה, אחי. כפרה על הראש שלך, אח שלי בדם. חברים יקרים ואהובים, תודה כפרה עליך, תודה חיים שלי בלב, אח שלי אנונימוס. חברים, 400 איש, 150 לייקים, אחים שלי, השם יברך אותך, סמדר היקרה, בהצלחה. יצחק מלכה, אוהבים אותך. ככה פותחים את המלכה. יקר המלך, תראה מה נהיינו, אחי, אני כבר לא מצליח לקרוא תגובות. ירין היקר, אוהב אותך. אחלה רבית זהבי, אח שלי. חברים, 500 איש, 157 לייקים. אתם רוצים להתחיל עם תנאים? זאת אומרת שעד שלא יהיה פה 1,000 לייקים לא נתחיל את המנגל, עד שכולם לא יעשו סאבים לא נתחיל את המנגל. חברים, אנחנו לא עובדים בשיטה הזאת. אתם צריכים לעשות מהלב, אחים שלי, גם בלי שאני אבקש ממכם בכלל. יהודה סעת, אוהבים אותך, אח שלי היקר והאהוב. בורקס, אני שמח שאתה פה, אח שלי. אני שמח שכולכם נמצאים פה. אני באמת הולך להעביר לכם שידור מטורף, חברים. אני התכוננתי לשידור הזה, אני לא צוחק איתכם. אח שלי היקר גל בוכריס, ימלך, יהודה עשור. יאללה, חברים, לייקים. אני רוצה לייקים כגובה הצופים, זה לא יעזור. לייקים כגובה הצופים, סאבים כגובה הצופים. אתם תלמדו לכבד את התוכנית שאתם רואים פה. אתם תלמדו לבוא ולתת את המינימום לבן אדם שעושה פה את המקסימום. לא ביקשתי כסף, לא ביקשתי אוצרות, הקהל שלי דואג לי, כסף לא חסר לי כלום. מה שחסר לי זה הלייקים שלכם כרגע. באמת לא צוחק איתכם. מעבר לזה לא ביקשתי ממכם כלום. בואו נתחיל קודם כל בלייקים. לייקים, סאבים, שיתופים. זה מה שאני כרגע רוצה, חברים. זה לא יהיה, אז יתעכב עוד כמה דקות. סתם חבל, אני חם, המנגל חם, הגחלים לוהטות. באנו להתחיל להגיד משהו. היום אנחנו נעשה משהו למען יראו ויראו כל האויבים שלנו ברשת, שמערכת המנגל לא משחקים. אנחנו הולכים לחייק ל3 מקומות, להפציץ אותם בפלאפונים ולעצור להם בעצם את העבודה, כי הם מארחים בן אדם שתוקע את אשתו בחור של התחת, שמהווה דוגמה נוראית לילדים, תודה רבה ירין, אח שלי בדם, והם נותנים לו במה, הם מזמינים אותו לאתגרים. אני מדבר על פיטקין ועל אשתו השרמוטה הזאת. אנחנו עכשיו נעצור את העבודה לסמי הגדול, אנחנו נעצור את העבודה לדקוהל, למאסטר אוהד, אנחנו נחייג לפסטיגלים, אנחנו נחייג לכל מקום שייתן במה לאנשים האלה, ואני אומר לכם, המנגל יוצא מהמסך לרחוב. הפגנות בתוך העסק, הפגנות בתוך הפסטיגל, לכלוכים בכל הרשת. אתם תורידו את הסרטון איתו, אתם לא תיתנו לו במה, ואם אתם תיתנו לו במה, אני אומר לכם, אני אפתח עליכם פה את מלחמת העולם השלישית, טרם שאתם ראיתם ברשת. אנחנו היום נתקשר לסמי הגדול, אנחנו נתקשר לבואצ'וס, זה שהוא אכל אצלו את 3 מטר טורטיה, אנחנו נחייג לכל העסקים. עכשיו המנחים שלי יעשו לי רשימה מסודרת של כל העסקים שהוא היה בהם, כולנו, אלפי אנשים, לא קובי לבד, כולנו חברים יקרים ואהובים. חלס קובי, אני אומר לך את האמת, המציל סתם יוצא מפרופורציות כבר. לא הבנתי מה אתה רוצה, עדן, אחי, אתה בסדר בראש, אחי? היידה גלוס דבוצ'ר, אח שלי היקר. במה אנחנו יוצאים מפרופורציה? זה התוכנית 7 שנים, אחי. עוד שהיית, אחי, מתאמן לתפילין אצל הרב שלך בשכונה, זה התוכנית, אחי. אנחנו לא מגזימים ולא כלום, זה הפרנסה שלי, אחי. הפגנות בפסטיגל, אם אנשים נותנים במה לבן אדם שצורך פורנו ליד ילדים ומשכנע אותם להצטרף למקומות האלה, זה מה שאנחנו נעשה, ואני לא מבין למה אתה מתערב לי בשיטות פעולה שלי בתוכנית. אני נכנס אליך ללייב, מתערב לך במה שאתה עושה, אחי. מה, אתה מחפש אותי, עדן? אני רוצה להבין, אתה רוצה להפוך גם להיות חלק מהאנשים שכאילו לא בכבוד איתנו? מה זה היציאה הזאת, אחי? מה זה היציאה הזאת? לא הבנתי. מי שואל את דעתך בכלל, אחי? שאלתי את דעתך. מתעצבן בגלל רומי, בסדר, אבל אתמול אמרנו שאנחנו כבר לא מדברים על רומי, אז תן לך מה לבוא לפקח, אחי. אתה רוצה לבוא לצפות, אח שלי היקר והאהוב? אתה רוצה לצפות? צפה, בטח, אחי. ברור. אם אתה נותן דעה שתומכת בהם ונוגדת את המנגל, זה הופך אותך אוטומטית לא לאויב שלי, לאויב של כל הציבור. מה, אתה תומך בזה? אם אתה תומך בזה, אז וואלה, אח שלי היקר והאהוב, אתה יודע, המקום שלך במנגל ושל כמותך הוא מובטח, אחי. אף אחד לא חסיד מהמנגל, אחי. אין דבר כזה. אתה תומך בזה? אתה תומך בזה? יצא מפרופורציה? בטח שזה יצא מפרופורציה. שאין הכוכבי ילדים של המדינה והם מצטופבים ליד הבנות שלי וליד הילדים של חברים שלי, זה יצא מפרופורציה. איפה היית שזה יצא מפרופורציה אז? לא, איפה היית? אחי, דקון ואוהד לא קשורים? שימחקו את הסרטון, אתה יכול לדאוג לזה שימחקו את הסרטון אתגר, והקהל שלהם, שזה קהל של ילדים, לא יחפש את הכוכבים האלה ויגיע הישר לאומלי. אתה יכול לעשות את זה? כי אם אתה לא יכול לעשות את זה, אני לא צריך את עזרתך מעבר. אם אתה יכול לעשות את זה, זה יהיה מצוין. אם לא, צא מהלייב, אחי. צא מהלייב, אח שלי. פשוט מאוד, אחי. אם אתה רוצה לעזור, אחי, תיכנס, תלך תגיד להם שיסירו את הסרטון. קהל של ילדים, לוחץ על הקישור, מגיע לקורס של ויקסל. זה מה שאתה רוצה שהילדים שלך יראו בגיל 7? זה מה שאתה רוצה שהילדים שלך יראו בגיל 6? זה מה שמתאים לכם ברשת? אז שיתאים לך, אחי. זה לא משנה, עדן, שימחקו את הסרטון, פשוט מאוד. שימחקו את הסרטון, נוציא אותם מהמשוואה. לא ימחקו את הסרטון, הנה אני אומר לך. תראה, חברים, בואו רגע, תודה רבה ירין, אח שלי היקר, בואו נעשה רגע משחק קטן. עדן חושב שאני צוחק ואתם צוחקים. חברים, אם אני עושה הפגנה בפסטיגל נגד הדבר הזה, מי מגיע, חברים יקרים ואהובים? אני רוצה שכל המאות אנשים שמלווים אותי יגידו לי אם הם מגיעים או לא, חברים. אני רוצה להראות לך כמה קובי אמזלג לא צוחק. תשמע, עדן, אתה לא מדבר עם ילד. אני אומר לך, אני אוציא לכם אלפי אנשים לרחוב, אל תנסו אותי, אחי. אתה יודע מה? לא רוצה איתו עכשיו, גם לא רוצה לדבר, אני רוצה ישר הפגנה. רוצה גם משא מתן, אני רוצה הפגנה. הופעה הבאה שהם עושים, אני בא להפגין שם, רק בגלל שאתה נכנסת לתמונה, אחי. איך אני, אחי? לא רוצה עכשיו גם לדבר? אין גם על מה לדבר, אחי. מעכשיו רק הפגנות, אחי. יאללה, עכשיו קח את עצמך, צא לי מעליי, אחי. שלום, שלום, אחי. שלום ולא להתראות. שלום, 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 יאללה, צא, 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 צא. צא מפה, צא לי מפה. יאללה, צא מעליי. תחסמו אותו, חברים. תחסמו אותו, נו, עוד זין. נתן לי 400 שקל, חושב הוא יכול לקנות אותי. תעיפו לי את המסתען הזה, את האוכצ'ה הזה מפה. יאללה, עוף מפה, יא שרמוטה, עוף. עוף בסרב רמפק, יא מסתען בתחת, יא שרמוטה אחד. עוף מפה. לך, יא מניאק, לך תסתען. הייתם! חברים, לייקים. כולם לייקים. הלאה, צורפים את הרשת, שרמוטה. יאללה!
מה ביקשתי?
יאללה, לייקים, חברים, לייקים! אחים שלי, תקשיבו טוב. אדיש 284 לייקים. זה מה שמגיע לי, חברים יקרים ואהובים. אני שואל, זה מה שמגיע? היום אני רוצה להגיע ל7,000 סאבים. כל יום אני רוצה להגיע ל1,000 לייקים, 1,000 סאבים. כל יום, אני לא אוותר. חברים, כולם לייקים. לא עדן, לא שמדן ולא זין שלי יגידו איך למנגל לפעול. התוכנית הזאת היא פועלת עוד שהם היו לפני הצו הגיוס הראשון שלהם. נפגשים בדשא ואוכלים סנדוויצ'ים שאימא שלהם הכינה להם. התוכנית הזאת תתקיים. קובי, שמעת מה רוי דריפט אמר עליך? לא הייתי עסוק בדיוק בפאור רנג'רס, אחי, ראיתי את הפרק שפספסתי. היידה סיגן! לייקים, אין עלייך סיגר, השם יברך אותך. וואלה, איזה פצצה, שהשם ישמור אותך, אין עלייך בעולם, אין על הקהל היקר שלי, זה קהל של פעם בחיים. חברים, אני רוצה כל יום 1,000 לייקים, 1,000 סאבים, וחברים, אני רוצה להתחיל, אחים שלי. אל תעקבו אותי, אני רוצה את מספר הצופים שווה למספר הלייקים. עד שזה לא יקרה, חברים, נעשן סיגריה, נגשש. אני רוצה, חברים יקרים ואהובים, שכולם יהיו מעורבים. כולם יעשו לייקים, כולם יעשו עוקבים. יאללה, חברים יקרים, אני רוצה להתחיל, אחים שלי. אני רוצה להתחיל ולרסק פה את הרשת בעצם, כי יש פה דברים שהם ברי תיקון, חברים. תודה רבה, אח שלי היקר, אח לראש שבעולם, תודה רבה ל-690, אוהבים אותך. חברים, תחסמו את הליצן הזה שם, נקים קובי למנגל. יאללה, תעשו מנגל, מחכים. אנחנו מחכים למנגל קרמות שלכם. מנגל קרמה עם בקבוק מנקה של קרמה, אתם יכולים לעשות. לקחת בקבוק של קרמה, של הקרמה, וללטף איתה את הקובי למספר. זה לא שאתם לא אוהבים אותך כפרה לחבר כסתגר כל הזמן ולהגיד לך מה קורה מהבלגן, מהאש. רחל לרותם יצחק, אחות שלי היקרה, השם יברך אותך, מימי בחר, אסנת, מירב, אחד, אני צריך מכל יוזר לייק אחד, אחים שלי. לייק אחד מכל יוזר, זה מה אני צריך. סול סוניה, השם יברך אותך. אח שלי היקר רון, סליחה שלא עליתי אתמול, היה לי יום מטורף, חברים. וואלה, ראיתי שפטרו התקשר אליי ורציתי גם להגיד לך מזל טוב באופן אישי. שמעון בובליל, אחלה שמעון שבעולם. חברים, בקיצור. זה יום האדומים בכל שבוע באופן קבוע החבר'ה נפגשים זה כלל ידוע יש מצב רוח זה יום האדומים יאללה חברים יקרים הנה על העולם הייתם יום איפה את חיפשתי אותך כמו שמרקו חיפש את אמא שלו לימור כל אחד אחות יקרה אין עלייך בעולם איפה הממית אחות שלנו ולא ראיתי אותה הרבה זמן חברים תודה רבה לימור מור יוסף אין עלייך באלוהים אין עלייך בעולם השם יברך אותך שאת פה ישר מרגישים את זה חברים אין עלייך בעולם השם יברך אותך חברים לייקים דולב אח שלי בדם כפרה עליך חברים לייקים, 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 לייקים. מי שרוצה פתמות על האש, להתחיל להתעורר, חברים. בינתיים אתם מקבלים כנפיים, בינתיים אתם מקבלים קבב, נקניקיות, בקיצור את הזבל. מי שרוצה להתקדם לאזור הבטוח, שהוא צלעות, כבד אבס ומנה, שיתחיל להתעורר, חברים יקרים ואהובים. אני בינתיים מעשן לי סיגריה, אני בינתיים מחכה שמספר הלייקים יהיה כמספר
Speed camera reported ahead.
אח שלי היקר על 690, תודה כפרה עליך, מעריך את זה מאוד. אני עוד מחכה, כי אני לא יורד מלייב, תקשיבו טוב מה קובי אמר לכם. אני לא יורד מלייב כל יום, בלי 1,000 לייקים ובלי 1,000 סאבים, חברים. כל יום עד שהעמוד הזה יקבל את מה שמגיע לו, וזה להיות העמוד הכי גדול ברשת. וזה מה שיהיה, חברים. לא ציצי, לא מיצי ולא פליצי. קובי, קובי ועוד פעם קובי, חברים. לשם אנחנו רצים, אחים שלי. ושם אנחנו נהיה גם, תסמכו עליי. אנחנו פה כמה חודשים, אבל רק עכשיו מתחיל המשחק האמיתי, חברים יקרים. יפית, קובי לפני כמה ימים, פה יש אנשים שאיתך מההתחלה, אני איתך עוד מהטיקטוק וחסמו. לפעמים ככה בלעת הרגע קורה שבאים לחסום איזה מישהו שהוא סמארט וחוסמים. תודה רבה קונין, אחלה קונין שבעולם, הנה למדתי את השם. אתה רואה? כמה עולה כרטיס לסרט שלי, אח שלי יקר, יקר מאוד, לא יכול סבים כמוך לא יכולים להיות בסרטים של שחקנים ראשיים, אז אתה יכול לקחת פופקורן ב5 שקלים, לשבת כמו שרמוטה מתאינה ולראות את קובי עולה ועולה ועולה. קובי עדן לא מבין, תקשיבו טוב, אני לא בנוי לכל הרעשי רקע, חיבקנו אותו, בא לפה, היינו איתו בסבבה, דיברתי איתו גם בטלפון, נכנס לפה הבן אדם, וואלה אתה מגזים, אתה תגיד לי, אני ביקשתי ממך איזה ביקורת, שמעת מה אדיר אלעד אמר עליך אמש? מה הוא אמר עליי, חברים? מה הוא אמר? מה הוא אמר, חברים? לא הבנתי. תגיד, העבריין שדיברת אליו שם אצל משה זה עומרי זוארץ, נראה לך אח שלי? אחלה עומרי שבעולם, עומרי זה היה אח שלי, הגנוב. מי זה כל השמות האלה? תכף אני אסביר לך, אלון. הייתם פייס! הייתם בורקס! אח שלנו היקר. תישאר בשידור, אחי, אתה חלק חשוב מאוד בשידור הזה. אתה ועוד אנשים יקרים. אתה מנסה להתפרסם על שמו? לא הבנתי, עדן רשם עליך בסטורי. חברים, בחיים לא ראיתי קוקסינל כזה, סליחה על הביטור, כן? הוא מרגיש כאילו רב עם אנשים ברשת, כאילו רב עם חברה שלו. הוא עכשיו רב עם קובי, הולך, עושה ישיבת תותה, ישיבה של הבנות, ישיבת תותה עם הרגליים פתוחות. היום קרה משהו, מה זה חמור, כאילו, ואני כולי, מה זה מרוסק, יאללה, חברים, אני מעלה את זה לסטורי, כי אני לא יודע מה לעשות. זה עושה אפצ'י מעלה לסטורי. אפצ'י! עשיתי עכשיו אפצ'י, ויצא לי קול שהוא לא רגיל, כאילו, בדרך כלל כשאני עושה אפצ'י, יוצא לי יותר צ'ו, והפעם יצא לי צ'י. אז אני רק רוצה לשתף אתכם, כי יצא לי אפצ'י. תגיד לי, יא מדקדק את התחת עם תירס, מה, אתה לא רוצה לשבת בשקט? לא הבנתי, כאילו, מה, בכוונה לשים את הפוני סככה שלך? יש לו פוני כמו הפרגולה בבית כנסת של סבא שלי ואימא שלי. יש לו פוני כמו הפרגולות של שמעון. בחיים לא ראיתי דבר כזה. זה פוני או סכך לסוכות? בחיים לא ראיתי. הבן אדם בסוכות לא צריך סכך. גוזר 2 שערות מהפוני, מביא סכך לכל השכונה. אבל זה דפק פוני כמו חצאית טוטו. בדרגות, חצאית קצפת. מה זה? איפה אתה רוצה להגיע, אחי? חברים, תראה מה עדן העלה לסטורי. רגע, אני רץ. שילך יעשה חמוצים, חברים, מה אכפת לי ממנו? את מי הוא מעניין? הוא אומר, הוא פותח עליך עוד מעט הכל בלייב. יאללה, אנחנו מחכים, אח שלי היקר והאהוב. אנחנו מחכים, אח שלי. אני מחכה לגיבורים, חברים, אני מחכה. חברים, חסר פה עוד 300 לייקים, חברים. עוד 300 לייקים, חברים. מי שבא עכשיו מדבר, לכלך עליך, אלה קקות שמחפשים פה לחמם ואני אעיף אתכם. היידה! תודה רבה, סמית, אח שלי היקר. אחלה סמית. חברים, כולם לייקים. יאללה, אחים שלי. לייקים לתוכנית הכי חזקה. לכמה סאבים אנחנו? היום אנחנו צריכים לסיים עם 7,000 סאבים. אם לא, אנחנו ליצנים. אחלה קולים שבעולם כפרה עליך. אנחנו קצת רחוקים מבום, אבל ניתן לך איזה בום, אתה יודע, כזה שמאפיין את המחיר. אוהבים אותך, חיים שלי. חברים, הוא שם סוף לעבריינות? מה, בחרו אותו להיות המפכ"ל ואני לא יודע? מה זה? עושים סוף לעבריינות ברשת, נגמר הבית זונות? מה רושם? אתם לא מפספסים את השידור הזה. זה לא עבריינות, זה צדק. מה שאתה עושה זה עבריינות. מהמר, לוקח ילדים להמר. אבא שלו יכול לשחק לי בביצים, הוא ואבא שלו ביחד. אבא שלו הוא החוק ולא מעל החוק. יש לי עורכי דין ב100,000 שקלים. אני לא רואה לא אותו, לא את אבא שלו ולא אף אחד שקשור אליו. אחלה יהודה אודי אזולאי, חיים שלי בלב. עדן, אתה לא יכול לעשות סוף לאף אחד, אני אעשה לך סוף ברשת, ואני מבטיח לך שאחרי המנגל הזה הטוסיק שלך יצלם פה יום, אז אתה תדבר פעם. אני אדבר 30 פעם אחרי זה עד שאתה לא תהיה פה. ואני מבטיח לך שאני אגיע איתך עד שר התקשורת. אני מבטיח לך, אתה תראה עם מי אתה מתעסק, עדן. אני מבטיח לך שאני...
Mary Jane, or 4 others.
I'm in the supermarket. What do you want? That bread? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, send me a list. How many bags you want? 2, 3? Okay, send me a list. I'm gonna get also the Zonrax because I want to wash my white shirt. I don't have white shirt. Maybe one more of this. Okay, see you later. If you have something come up, text me.
לא ישאיר אותך פה. הכל טוב. בקיצור, אחים שלי.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
No, nothing. This is what I said. I'm in food bazaar.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
אבא שלו זה בכיר בסדרות. שיהיה בכיר בביצים שלי גם, זה לא מעניין אותי. חברים, כמה שיותר לייקים, חברים. אני עושה צדק. כל האנשים הכי טובים פונים אליי. כל האנשים, הנה, סתם דוגמה, חברים. היום פנה, שיקחו אותו גם לדין משמעתי. אני אפנה לשר בן גביר, אני אכתוב מכתבים לכנסת, ואני מבטיח לך שמהיום אני אפתח לך פה את החור של התחת על המנגל. צא לדרך, יא זין. לא לדבר יותר מדי. צא לדרך, פשוט מאוד. אני אראה לך מי זה קובי ומי אתה. אני ארוס לך את כל מה שמסביבך, לא רק איתך. את כל מה שמסביבך אני ארוס לך. הכל, 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 הכל. הבנתם? אז אם אתה חושב שאתה יכול לעשות משהו, תנסה. אתה לא יכול לעשות שום דבר. אתה לא יכול לעצור שום עבריינות. אתה לא יכול לעשות שום דבר. אתה יכול רק לשחק לי בביצים. זה הכל. חברים, 740 איש, חברים. 700, הוא לא מעניין אותי. חברים, עוד פעם אחת מישהו ידבר עליו. אם אתם רוצים לראות את הלייב של הכוסית הזה, של ההרגלית תות הזה עם פוני, אתם יכולים ללכת, חברים. אם אתם רוצים להיות פה ולראות את התוכנית הכי חזקה ברשת, תהיו. אנחנו נטפל בו אחרי זה, חברים יקרים ואהובים. איתמר שוקרני, שאלה באמת, אבל מי אתה בכלל? בן אדם שהשם משפחה שלו זה לא שוקרני, כי זה שם משפחה של בדואי מהפזורה, מאוהל 4ג' מאחורי הפח שם, אחי. אני לא הוא. אני קובי אמזלג, אחי, אני לא שוקרני. זה הכל אח שלי, זה מי שאני. בגדול, אחי. חברים, לייקים, אחים שלי, כמה שיותר, חברים, כמה שיותר לייקים. אני רוצה להתחיל לדבר, אחים שלי. רוצה להתחיל לדבר, אחים שלי. יאללה. יאללה, אחים שלי, יאללה. אחלה שחף מנטין, אוהבים אותך שחף. אח שלי היקר, העורך הראשי, ערב טוב לכולם. חוסמים, הכל טוב, חוסמים. הכל בסדר, חוסמים.
Hello.
Abby.
Hey. Ayana, how you doing?
With Mary Jane. But could you tell me something?
Yeah.
I want to start a toy like a dog or a cat.
Cold case. Cold case, baby. Goodness. Sí, claro. No music.
But I gotta see the dumpster dive wardrobe. This is an attempt to look like every man. Well, it's working. Anyway, joining me now, however, is George Bahaisi. George got into politics after what we believe is the theft of the 2020 election and started advocating for election integrity. He amassed a very significant YouTube following, proving that the new independent media is king, leaving the legacy media behind. And he has now back, he was banned at YouTube after a Soros-backed Media Matters hit piece against him, but he's back on the vengeance with accent Bahaisi tweets. George, thank you so much for joining us today, the Roger Stone Show.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me, Roger. I'm currently in Washington, D.C., the den of liars and thieves. It's funny, because when I was flying in, I got this gust of wind and this motivation and prerogative to suddenly start money laundering and voting to send money to foreign countries and doing everything that happens up here in D.C., so I'm very happy to be on your show.
So, George, we're talking about the rise of independent media. I think you are like exhibit one. You're a young guy. You're committed to reporting factually about world and national events. And there are more people reading your tweets than are watching Ari Melber, MSNBC, for example, on a regular basis. And I must say, there's been no time I go to your Twitter feed or your X feed, pardon me, and I don't learn something. This really is proof that it is a new day. I thought President Trump's strategy of going on with the alternative media broadcasters was a brilliant one, attributed to his son Barry. But you, my friend, are moving public events. I'm proud to have you. Censorship to me is the number one danger in the country. Whether it's on the internet, whether it's in the search functions of certain large internet firms like Google, not to name names, or whether it is in the public square. What's your thinking?
Well, it's only been a few weeks since we witnessed Google suppress every positive story about President Trump and boost every negative story about him, and boost every positive story about Kamala Harris, and deboost any negative stories on her. President Trump, about 2 weeks before the election, did an interview with Joe Rogan, which is one of the most anticipated interviews in the entire election cycle, and YouTube suppressed it from showing up in their search results. And, let's not even go back to 2020 when all of them took orders from the 51 intelligence officials, from the FBI, from CIA, from all these government agencies to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story, which a lot of studies show would have definitely changed the outcome of the 2020 election had people known about that story. And let's not talk about the COVID censorship that took place. So I don't want us to forget that the censorship is absolutely one of the most important things we need to address. That's one of the reasons I came to D.C. so early. I'm going to be here for the inauguration, but I'm also going to be hopefully meeting with a lot of Congress people to explain to them that they need to do something about the censorship. They need to reform Section 230. They need to implement changes, make sure that these platforms, if they're going to enjoy liability protections, are not practicing viewpoint discrimination on their apps.
it's not even an understatement that we rely on social media. If you're a local business, you can't scale your company if you're not on Google search listings for local businesses in people's areas. If you are not showing up because Google decided to censor you because of your political beliefs, you're going to lose business. It's an integral part of our lives, and all these tech platforms should be proud of the fact that they built products that we so very much rely on. And so now it's time for the government, our government, to regulate them as the public town squares that they are. You know, I got banned from YouTube in 2021 after Media Matters wrote a hit piece calling me an election denier. And back then I thought it was a badge of honor to get banned by, you know, the very people who are on the wrong side of everything. You know, them saying, you're so good at what you're doing and what you're saying, and you amass this following that we're going to ban you. I thought it was a badge of honor, but now I view it differently. I view it as that is a voice lost and a group of people that were watching me, getting information from me, no longer having access to the same information. So it's a bad thing when people get censored, and it's not just me. They banned the sitting president of the United States while he was at the height of political controversy in 2021. When people needed to hear from him the most, they pulled the trigger to ban him and pull him off of every single platform. Even Pinterest banned him. I don't know about you, Roger. You've known President Trump for a long time personally, but I don't imagine he ever had a Pinterest account or even wanted to have one. But they banned him anyway. So we need to absolutely address this issue before we get to 2028, and we have different candidates that are not named Trump show up without the clout that President Trump possessed to be able to work around the mainstream media and big tech censorship. If we had a candidate, yeah.
I've got to stop you there. We're going to have to go to the quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to continue this conversation about censorship.
Now, it's time for Protecting Your Future, sponsored by Colonial Metals Group. Here's Roger Stone.
You know, with two assassination attempts against a probable and indeed president, with two very mysterious public bombings, with open borders in which as many as 20 million illegals, many of them violent terrorists and criminals, have entered our country. We're in a period of instability and in some cases fear. The government has not slowed down their secret plan for digital currency. That's where your paper money would be worthless. They would give you a plastic credit card to buy gasoline or groceries or whatever, that they could turn off, control your money. But while spending was all still contained in a stripped down continuing resolution, if there was ever a time to think about your retirement and nest egg, your financial future in this time of instability and chaos, that time is now. That's why many smart people I know, are diversifying their holdings by putting their retirement vehicles like the IRA, their 401ks, some portion of the savings in precious metals, specifically gold and silver. And there is no one better than the people at Colonial Metals Group to not only help you do that, but do it conveniently and explain to you why it is a good idea to protect yourself with gold or silver. So go to colonialmetalsgroup.com/stone. That is colonialmetalsgroup.com/stone, or go to freegoldguide.com, freegoldguide.com, and find out why gold might make sense in your future with the Colonial Metals Group.
This is the Roger Stone Show.
Roger Stone here with an urgent warning. While we celebrate Trump's historic win, inflation continues to drain your IRA and 401k, and China is now targeting your money with a kill shot on the U.S. dollar. That's why thousands of Americans are shielding their savings in gold and contacting the experts at Colonial Metals Group for a free gold guide that explains everything you need to know. Go to freegoldguide.com/stone or call 800 best care for ED 100% online by going to hims.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-809-7991. That's 800-809-7991. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-809-7991. That's 800-809-7991 today.
This is 77 WABC Newsroom Extra.
While it may be easy to make a New Year's resolution, keeping them is a whole different story. Many people look to the start of a new year as a new opportunity to work towards their goals, from finance and fitness to self-care and quality time with loved ones. Founder of Healthy Minds NYC, Chanel Dokun, tells New York One that making resolutions in general is a good practice.
Starting off the year with a lot of purpose and direction.
As far as tips for keeping your goals, try to first take a look at your life and make sure you know what kind of improvements you want to make. Dokun says that people should also be reasonable and not try to make any drastic changes.
I don't want to start with doing it 5 days a week or even 3 days a week. I want to make it successful, but I can't fail. And that will help me get the momentum that I need to actually build a sustainable habit over time.
Dokun also says don't beat yourself up if you fall short, and setbacks naturally come with any change. I'm Elizabeth Molly for 77 ABC News.
All of these presidents relied on one man to secure their seat in the Oval Office. That man is Roger Stone.
Roger Stone.
This is the Roger Stone Show,
Presented by Colonial Metals Group.
Now, here's Roger Stone.
And we're back. We're with George Isaac Schutz, who is what they call an influencer today. He's more of a journalist than the journalists who claim to be a journalist. I want to ask you about this, George, and that is the last-minute pardons so far of Joe Biden. These are the heinous criminals, as many as I think 1,500 of them overall, 87 I believe in my death row, perhaps more. These are people who haven't shown remorse. There's no notification of their shopping families. What do you think is behind this? I think, first of all, if you're going to do a posthumous pardon, and Biden did some of those, has done none of those. He's done some posthumous freedom of federal awards. We'll talk about that a little later. But why not the early civil rights leader Marcus Garvey, a man who preached education, self-responsibility, free enterprise, clean living? The early civil rights leader was railroaded by the FBI. Here I am in 2019 calling for a pardon for Marcus Garvey. I did this because, well, I was...
Yep. Charlie Choo Choo Train. Blah, blah, blah,
My
blah.
life's not going to be the same if I get deported back to my country of origin. So please let me into the United States. And it turns out they were just political asylum seekers. They need to be deported. We need to deport every single person who gamed the system. That's the whole point. And you brought up a really important point about the voters that they're really importing. And that's exactly true. If Kamala Harris, thank God she did indeed win, we would be thinking about how many millions they would be making citizens and permanent voters forever. So you're absolutely right about that. It would have changed the way this country voted forever when a few million asylum seekers and immigrants in California were given citizenship. The state turned blue, and it seems like it's going to be permanently blue.
Well, I think you make a very good point. In fact, some cities like San Francisco and others are actually legalizing the voting of illegals in local, non-federal elections, which makes it less sense to me. We have just a few minutes to go here. George, let me ask you, what do you think with Speaker Johnson now the House's priorities?
That's a very good question. The first 100 days are usually the most recognizable and set the tone for the 4 years. This Congress needs to absolutely be working every second of every day third session. We don't have room for endless debates about nonsense. If the bills common sense passed, I think the most important thing is to get the budget under control, because that's what most people are saddened by when they look at what's going on in the country, the fact that we're running a $2 trillion deficit, we're spending all this money, so they need to do that. President Trump's tax proposals, eliminating taxes on tips and overtime, these were policies that motivated the working class to line up and stay and vote. So every single one of those policies needs to be approved by Congress. I know Senator John Thune, our Senate Majority Leader, recently came out and said President Trump's expectations need to be realistic. They need to be in line with his vision. President Trump doesn't need to be realistic like me. He just needs to understand.
Blah, 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 blah.
Need to understand that
Blah, blah, blah.
President Trump, and they need to follow his policies and his vision. There's no such thing as all
Long line to the church.
Congress needs to
Church food.
right through and get every single
Anybody
one
need
of those
gloves?
economic policies passed. Now,
Anybody
another
need
part would
gloves?
be the DOGE recommendations, the Department of Government Efficiency. Congress needs
George, I'm afraid I have to cut you off there. We'll pick you up just a moment on the other side.
This is New York's talk leader, the crown jewel of talk radio. WABC New York at 107.1 WLIR Hampton Bays. 77 WABC News starts now.
77 WABC News 31 and sunny this Sunday, January 5th. Good afternoon. I'm Liz Randolph.
77 WABC News. Congestion pricing update.
This weekend made it official. The controversial congestion pricing plan has begun. MTA Chairman Jan Oliver says the $9 toll to enter Manhattan south of 60th Street will have positive effects.
The point is to make the city better for everybody. We need to make it easier for people who choose to drive or who have to drive to get around the city, to spend less time in traffic. We need to make sure that ambulances can get to hospitals, which is not the case now.
Some New Yorkers are not ready to be paying a new toll.
It's going to be a lot of money going in and out of the city.
It's too high. It's too high. So if only city we did that, I don't believe it.
That audio courtesy of New York One. MTA says the toll will help bring in $15 billion in funds that the agency needs to make upgrades and repairs across the system. President-elect Donald Trump has voiced opposition for the plan, saying he will repeal it once in office. With congestion pricing likely increasing crowds in the subway system, there are renewed discussions about adding more safety barriers at the edge of platforms. And speaking with ABC7, Assemblyman Tony Simone says with more congestion in the subway, there should be more barriers to keep people safe.
We need to ensure
that the money goes to priorities of New Yorkers, and the biggest priority of New Yorkers, including mine, is safety. We'll have another funding crisis with the MTA if folks stop using the subway system.
He says he's introducing new legislation to have barriers installed on all platforms within the next 5 years. He also says that there are different strategies that can be used outside of the yellow metal gate, such as barriers that involve the use of ropes. Party City is putting its stores up for auction. The chain based out of New Jersey made the announcement after they said they were planning on shutting down for business. All locations will be sold off, and employees will be terminated by the end of February. There are nearly 50 stores in New York and another 26 in New Jersey. Alcoholic beverage company stock took a hit on Friday following the U.S. Surgeon General's recommendation to add cancer warning labels on alcohol products. Lisa Carton reports.
Boston Beer Company, the producer of Angry Orchard, Truly Hard Seltzer, Samuel Adams, and Twisted Tea saw nearly 4% drop. Canadian American brewer Molson Coors, producer of Miller Lite and Coors Light stock, fell 3%, and Jack Daniel's whiskey also dropped 2.5% in trading value. Yet on the news that Surgeon General Vivek Murthy announced alcohol consumption is the third leading preventable cause of cancer in the U.S., behind tobacco and obesity. Murthy warned that alcohol raises the risk for 7 types of cancer, affecting the breast, colorectum, esophagus, liver, mouth, throat, and voice box. I'm Lisa Carton.
Ohio Governor Mike DeWine has signed a new bill into law that will allow police departments to charge the public for the release of body cam footage. Under the new state law, local authorities would be allowed to charge $75 an hour for police body cam, dash cam, or surveillance video footage. The Republican governor cited financial burdens on small police departments who have to release that footage. Opponents of the bill argue it would limit transparency and accountability at a time when policing is under heavy scrutiny in the country. Nicki Minaj's former manager is suing her for allegedly attacking him. On Friday, Brandon Garrett filed a lawsuit claiming the Queens native flew into a rage after he sent someone else to pick up one of her prescriptions in April of 2024. Minaj reportedly screamed at him, threatened his life, and hit him in the face and wrist. Garrett says the incident made him fear for his life. He's suing Minaj for assault, battery, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. He's also going after an unspecified amount in damages. And over at the box office, Mufasa: The Lion King has taken the lead in the first weekend of 2025. The Disney prequel earned over $7 million on Friday and is now among the top 15 earners of 2024 domestic releases. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 slowed down to second, but has surpassed $170 million in North America. A more than family-friendly franchise is already underway. The Browns has placed the third spot with Moana and Wicked, rounding out the top 5.
Malana, Melina, Malana, Malana, Malana.
Conversations around athletes in general, because she continues to speak out about issues that matter to her. After her performance in Paris, Biles is now tied for the second most decorated female gymnast in Olympic history. I'm Jim Forbes.
Support Shriners Children's Hospital by donating with a chance to see 77 WABC Sid and Friends in the Morning Show live on January 28th. The first 40 to donate $225 will be part of the live studio audience. Connectors go to WABCRadio.com/live show. That's WABCRadio.com/live show. Your forecast from the 77 WABC Weather Center. Tonight overnight going to be cloudy, low of 28. Tomorrow, light snow, high of 29.
a guy who has a very lively feed and a real impact on what's going on in America today. George, before you leave, there are throughout the country through the Red Apple audio network literally millions of people listening to us right now. What is your final message for them?
Well, my final message would be that everyone needs to get excited right now because we're getting into a golden era. I know the news in the last few days has been sad. I mean, we're seeing tragedy after tragedy. We're seeing rumors of actual terrorist attacks taking place, and wars seem like they're escalating rather than slowing down. But Zelensky, the best pressed man, according to you, came out today and President Trump. yeah, certainly the worst. Yeah, he came out today and talked about how President Trump was going to get that war ended. And it just feels like the world is moving into a new generation, a new era of peace, prosperity in this country. And in just a few days, we're going to see the inauguration of the 47th President of the United States. We're going to see a golden era like we've never seen before. So I'm excited.
George, thank you for joining us. Now joining us here on the Roger Stone Show, retired Colonel Rob Maness. Colonel Maness and I have become good friends. He has a lifelong record of providing dedicated service to the United States. He made the decision at 17 years old to enlist in the United States Air Force to serve in uniform in the country as it's faced multiple crises around the world. I could read his entire biography here, but he has worked on intelligence and defense matters. He is one of the military geopolitical...
Times Square is next.
I go to when I want to have the news interpreted. His military awards and combat decorations include the Legion of Merit, the Bronze Star, and the Air Medal. He is a true American hero. Colonel Maness, thank you for joining us on the Roger Stone Show.
Thank you for having me on, Roger. It's a pleasure to join you.
So, look, I'm not a military expert, nor am I an expert on terrorism, but I do know we've let 20 million plus illegals into the country. Extraordinary amount of armaments, as my friend Christy Hutchison has come on this show and revealed, coming across our southern border, also coming across our northern border. We now have these truck bombings. We seem to get all kinds of conflicting information. I don't know if the internet is great because it makes news instantaneous, but it is a hotbed of inaccuracy or misinterpretation.
Bullet, 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 bullet.
To be able to read anything they wish and make their own decisions about what they read or hear. But what is your analysis of what's going on?
Times Square, Eminem.
New Orleans, for example, or Las Vegas, for example, that the alleged driver was a Trump supporter, he had a military record, now it is alleged that he was on the verge of exposing secrets regarding drones that have been widespread, and if that's what they are, or holograms and drones, and others have suggested. What's going on here, Colonel Maness?
Well, one of the things that's going on, Roger, is unfortunately our government lies to the American people all the time. So we have to rely on things like social media.
Davey, what's up, Davey? I'm on the way to pick up MJ from the playground. Yep.
What they think is right in this particular
Bullet, 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 bullet.
This individual is alleged to be an active duty special operations force Green Beret master sergeant. So fairly high up in his enlisted career, and has done some great work for the United States of America. So there's a lot of questions about this man, his activities leading up to this, the Charlatan show.
Yep. Delivery. Take care in 2025. Take care. Multivitamin. Only Jesus forgives. Only Jesus. Bullet, bullet. Lil Baby, the new album. It's unbelievable. This is so let me see somebody. Take care. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Delivery. Viva! Just shut the jacket off.
Interesting similarities. They both rented these vehicles off of what's called the Turo app, a new thing for me that was developed and founded by I think a Lebanese background expatriate, and it's a unique way of renting a vehicle. So we have that similarity and those kind of things. So that is very, very concerning. All of those similarities are very concerning. And the other thing that's concerning, especially when you look at the New Orleans individual, is that just today the FBI says, makes a public statement that says that he was radicalized online, but the facts come out that he traveled to Egypt in summer of 2023. Now, every American that pays attention since 9/11 probably realizes that the Muslim Brotherhood was founded in Egypt. The leadership of Al-Qaeda was trained by Muslim Brotherhood founders and those kinds of characters. And the Muslim Brotherhood is the genesis of this current-day modern radical Islamist activity that is sworn to destroy the United States of America, the country of Israel, and anybody that's
Delivery.
So we have to get the questions answered. The government has got to be more transparent. I think it's been more transparent this time around.
Rain Whale. Yep. Penn Station.
Covenant School.
Penn Station.
Perpetrator in Nashville, Tennessee, which is one of those manifestos that was held until it was eventually lit. So the American people have not only a right to know this information, they have a need to know all of the information so we can defend ourselves. I mean, my goodness, doesn't the government want the public to know what to look for so that they can call it in, report it, and be able to defend themselves if they can see an attack coming? And that's one of the really biggest concerns that I have right now.
Hey.
As we move forward towards Inauguration Day, these activities are going to continue to increase.
Yeah, like 25 down.
Chaos generated by our own government, chaos generated by the political.
I'm on the way to pick you up.
Chaos generated by NGOs, and now it's become.
No, I give you cash when I pick you up.
Islamist terrorists that are using American soldiers.
Oh, okay. I'm driving now. I told her 15, 20 minutes. I'm gonna meet you, like when you come out to 29th Street from the lane, the 9th Avenue, I'll meet you on 9th Avenue section. I'm in like Macy's now, see you like in 5-10 minutes. Then I want to show you the new camp if it's open.
President Trump has made
Okay, see you
history
soon.
back in the White House, and your kids need to know what this means for their future and our country. That's why they need the Kids Guide to President Trump. This fun guide will teach your kids all about President Trump's accomplishments and his plan to save America and make it great again. And right now, I want you to have it for free. To order, visit TrumpForKids.com. That's TrumpForKids.com. Visit TrumpForKids.com now.
James Golden, a.k.a. Bo Snerdly, here with an urgent warning. While we
the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details. This is Judge Janine Pirro with an important message. A mom and her son were being followed by a man in a parking lot. As he approached their car, she pulled out her Berna launcher, and the sight of it was enough to make him flee. Berna gives you the power to protect your family without lethal force. No permits, no background checks, just peace of mind. Visit Berna.com and use code Janine for 10% off. Remember, Berna isn't legal in New York City or Yonkers. Stay safe, stay prepared with Berna.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile app, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
77 WABC, the crown jewel of talk radio. Heard worldwide in 173 countries and all 50 states. WABC is committed to live and local radio. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. See what 77 WABC can do for you and your business. Call 929-552-7175 and advertise with 77 WABC. Now, the latest from the 77 WABC newsroom.
When you meet comedian Jeffrey Gurian, you're instantly struck by what a happy guy he is. But it wasn't always that way for the dentist turned author and stand-up comedian.
I do a talk called Don't Believe Your Thoughts, which can sound strange to people because who else's thoughts can you believe but your own, right? My premise is that we're all holding thoughts that are not valid for us. In my case, it's what caused me to stutter for so many years. I had such a bad stuttering problem from the time I was 6 or 7 through my 20s and beyond. I was holding thoughts that told me I needed to develop a disability. And as you can see, not only don't I stutter anymore, you can't even shut me up.
The 67-year-old told the other side of Midnight's Frank Morado that he also wages a battle against seasonal affective disorder. And here's what helps him beat the winter blues.
So my first thought was, I'm wasting my time hating the winter. I'm not going to change it. It's still going to be winter. It's going to be cold. I can either be miserable or I can shift my consciousness and choose to be happy. So first you start acting as if you ever heard that term, you act as if. If you're sad, you act as if you're happy. And eventually, you'll start to feel that way. Your subconscious mind doesn't know the difference between fact and fiction.
And the comedian has advice for those who think the whole world is against them. Gurian says you need to seek some sort of higher power to help change those thoughts.
And if your thoughts are not working for you, then it means you need new thoughts. Where do you get those thoughts? A lot of times it's spiritual wisdom. And spiritual wisdom is very different than religion, and I always state that because all spirituality is that you believe in a force greater than yourself. You could call it nature, the universe, God, whatever you want.
Hear the entire interview with Jeffrey Gurian and Frank by heading on over to
Mama Nature.
downloading the WABC app. Noel Layton, WABC News.
Mama Nature.
Speed camera reported ahead.
Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, George W. Bush, and Donald Trump.
They went after a guy named Roger Stone who's sitting in the office. And I'll say this in front of Roger, he's no baby. And right now he's cleaner than anybody in this place. Now, as they treated him very unfairly.
All of these presidents relied on one man to secure their seat in the Oval Office. That man is Roger Stone.
Roger Stone.
This is the Roger Stone Show, presented by Colonial Metals Group. Now, here's Roger Stone.
And we're back. We're talking to Colonel Rob Maness during his military service. Colonel Maness led numerous combat operations, including as a
Planet Fitness.
also Iraq, listed bombs,
Jack.
got ice water in his veins, as well as 3 assignments countering terrorism before being commissioned, and then selected for flight training as a Joint Chiefs of Staff Operation Officer. He was on duty at the National Military Command Center at the Pentagon on September 11th, 2001. He went on to work on national security matters, including creating, synchronizing, and executing the campaign plan for the global war on terrorism. Colonel Manis, many thanks for being with us today. I could continue, but I use up all the time we have left to go through your many accomplishments. Your friend and mine, Manny Walter Meyer, General Michael Flynn, a much persecuted individual, one of the finest gentlemen, one of the keenest military thinkers, a good a true leader, says, listen, the trigger key, there's too much work to do. President should fly Air Force One to aboard Trump Force One, his plane, land at 1200 hours on the 20th of January, then fly Marine One.
The bladder emergency, she would just have to get up and run to the bathroom all the time, and it was just really frustrating. So she's just an incredibly happy and satisfied customer, one of many that we have.
Yeah, and it's not just for women. Here's a testimonial from John. He lives in North Carolina. He said, and I'll quote, "My bladder works great. I no longer have to rush to the bathroom. Anyone with overactive bladder should try it." And, again, this is not just for women. Men have this issue too. Women, of all ages, certainly after giving birth, earlier can be dealing with this issue. Now we have this evidence-based solution, something that really works, something that has all the patents and the technology, 7 international awards over the last 20 years or so since they developed this. We are bringing it to the market here in America under the My Bladder brand. We're very excited about it. We certainly did the homework here. We know My Bladder will work for you. So Sherry, we are almost out of time, and yet, like we said, 84% of people that use this formula say it works, report the benefits. It's going to cut the urge to urinate, so people can really get their life back. And I know there are a lot of folks out there that can relate to wanting to cut down on using, frankly, adult undergarments. People who want to be able to travel or just go out for dinner or visit with friends without, having to keep an eye on where the nearest bathroom is.
Yeah, people with bladder leakage, they're always, mapping the fastest route to a bathroom, knowing where, they're going to have to sit to be close to the bathroom at an event. It can be hard. It can affect your quality of life. It can cause anxiety and worry and stress. And we want people to get their lives back, to enjoy quality of life, and to feel confident and comfortable and not have to deal with all of these issues. So I think, nobody wants to live like that, right?
Yeah, and again, as we're running out of time, this My Bladder product, 20 years of R&D, globally 24 patents, 14 clinical trials, including 4 peer-reviewed publications, double-blind research. This really is remarkable. Sherry, why don't you give us the bottom line on why people who are dealing with bladder leakage issues, this bladder control issue, why should they put this My Bladder to the test?
Okay, so the takeaway here, Jason, is that My Bladder is an innovative and an effective solution for bladder leakage. So we're talking about a formula that is award-winning. It's a patented blend of botanicals that works to improve bladder muscle tone, to strengthen the bladder, to reduce the urge to urinate.
No yelling. Who is
even
yelling?
Return people to the average number of bathroom trips they had in their younger years. So there are numerous clinical studies here. We're talking about lots of testimonials by real-life users like Helen and John. We talked about earlier. These are people that experience dramatic, life-changing results using this formula. And keep in mind,
Yo, what's
the
up?
people that are taking My Bladder, they've noticed benefits in as little as 2 weeks, and it does build over time. So at 8 weeks, 84% of users are feeling very satisfied at 8 weeks.
What are you saying here? You said you don't have money. No money, no honey.
I'm in live, and can you come outside because I'm like in 2 block. I'll be outside.
Okay, young, let's go, young.
9 Avenue. You know that the lane. I will take you to 9 Avenue.
Yeah.
Okay. See you soon. Bulle, 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 bulle.
Speed camera reported ahead.
Speed pooper bulle. Bulle, 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 bulle. She wants the dog. I have to get her. Yeah. Come on, no, close. Close the door.
What's up with the bread? Why you got the bread?
For you asked me.
What's up with the lollipop? You don't have to.
Huh?
You don't have to.
I thought you wanna eat now.
No.
Is there a new camp on 16th Street and 5th Avenue? I want to see it.
Mom, let's go home.
Just quick look. It's on the way home.
You quick look. I'm gonna come.
It's too cold to be outside. Why you come here? That's no. It's not healthy. It's super cold. You should do indoor.
No, stop!
Yeah.
Stop! There were some kids.
So what? Those kids, they're cuckoo kids. They're crazy kids.
Oh, it's so cute. What is his name? Pink.
No, his name is Blackie.
No, his name is Tink.
Blackie because he's not pink.
No, his name is Tink.
Tink? Like Pinky Tink? Look, even the dog they dress him.
This is Tink. Aw, when is his birthday? May 21. Did we skip May?
Not yet.
When is May?
January, we're in 5 months.
Oh,
Like January, February, January 1st.
I have a gloves. I'm looking for.
February, March,
Miriam, I'm looking for somebody who needs gloves.
May.
May.
In 5 months.
Do you want gloves, Miriam?
No, I have gloves.
It's your birthday soon. Get it. Your birthday soon.
If you see
Aw, he's so cute. Mom, look at him. He's so cute.
bulle, 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 bulle.
Oh, he looks so cute. Dad, this is our new member.
Yeah, and you remember we're gonna have a party tonight.
Yeah.
מירב גושן רואה. שלום מירב גושן, מה שלומך? קור כלבים פה היום, אל תבואי לנו. קור כלבים. מקודם הייתי בטיימס סקוואר, אספתי עכשיו את האישה והילדה מגן השעשועים. שאנחנו בדרך לאיזשהו חנות צעצועים נקראת קמפ. You know what I mean? I'm talking to מירב גושן, מרי.
Aw, you're so cute.
בולה בולה, בולה בולה, בולה.
Oh, I gotta whip off something.
שיש קבב.
Aw, you're so cute. I didn't even know
There's another one, look more chubby, and you didn't know. Next time we get the other one. Remember I saw you picture the two of them, you know? The other one is like a chubby one.
that. Yeah, I know he was like a chubby one. I did saw him. Last time I didn't want to get him, but then I said your time. But then now I find a cute one there, so I get this one.
Did you see anybody you know in the park?
No.
No? Everybody is sleeping? Bulle, 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 bulle.
Dado, do you know winter is super the worst? Do you know why? Because at winter, the day is more time, a little bit morning, and in the night is more nighttime in winter. In summer is the more time the sun to be out, and less time for sleep.
Yeah, exactly. Summertime, we have more daytime, sunny. Even 6, 7, 8 o'clock it's sunshine. But now, 5 o'clock is already dark. What's up with that?
That's impossible.
I don't like it.
I don't like it either. Kill it.
Kick,
Kill
kick,
winter.
kick the winter. Kick the winter.
I know what to do. Like
Do you want to eat this or later?
No.
No? Can I have it for myself?
Yep.
Sure, you don't want?
I got the stuffy. You get a lollipop.
Ask Mama to open it for me. Cold? But you said you have gloves.
Mama have mittens. I have gloves.
You have gloves, I have. Where
Mama
is
have mittens.
mittens? Where is
Oh, you're so cute. Hello. I am your friend. 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 I am.
So who was the idea to get a dog if I get to for bazaar?
She remembered.
She heard the conversation and she jumped.
Bazaar, yeah.
And she jumped. And Daddy in the food bazaar. I want
She
something.
remembered. She said, Mama, I want to do Dada. And then she said, Mama, I hope Dada got me something from food bazaar.
Oh.
I asked her, you want? Okay, let's call Dada.
I see. And then I did the phone FaceTime because this way I
So
want her
if we
to
didn't
choose.
call you about that, you don't remember?
No. I only bring the bread. See, it's good I called me. Because I don't know what to bring, so this is why I did FaceTime. So she choose her loved one.
Abby,
I got this if you
Abby,
want.
this is
You want
Aya.
some of this?
Abby, this is Aya. I'm with Mary Jane.
You want some?
Hey, Abby.
That was the conversation.
Yeah, I say.
You want some?
Hey, Abby, this is together really juicy.
Very
And I wanna stop
for representative, very formal, very professional, yeah? Professional. Congestion toll zone now. What can I do already? I stuck in a congestion.
Dada, each time you go to Food Bazaar, I'm gonna call you and say, Anna, a toy. And when we go to Food Bazaar, a toy.
Yeah, and if we go together, you choose yourself. If I go, we have to do video conference, and you help me to choose.
Yeah.
That's a good deal, yeah? And then you're gonna sing me a blah, 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 blah.
Or both.
Blobby.
Blobby lights.
Blobby lights. Bulle, 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 bulle.
Blobby, 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 blobby.
You didn't see nobody?
In the first place, I see no one, but a little bit at the end, I saw one.
Next time, just go to the lounge room. Lounge room. This is where I got my shoes, Miriam. Hookah. They have a big location here, you see. They're very successful, Miriam. But you know, they just a branch of dye clothing, you know, dye clothing. They have a good support. That's why I like them. Oh, Miriam, people buy shoes and they throw the old one outside. So homeless people can come and collect the old one. I only see one shoes.
Dada, one time I saw some shoes on food, on the food place that's close to our home. I saw like shoes there.
I saw shoes on a pole, like on a wire on a pole. Some people throw their shoes on the top. I don't know why they do it.
Me too. One time I saw like that. But one time I saw shoes on the food bazaar place that's close to my house.
Yeah, why they do that? Do you want to throw your old shoes on a pole also? Let's do it.
No.
Why not? Let's bring me your old shoes with the sleeve and we throw it.
No, you shouldn't throw it because then if I don't need those shoes anymore, I can make something.
You wanna donate them, yeah?
No, I can make something.
Make something? What are you gonna make? You're gonna make
something.
A plane? You're gonna put a plane inside?
No, I can make something like put dirt and make a plant.
Really?
And I can make something
like a science, huh?
like
Art and science.
H&M.
H&M, Miriam, go get her underwear.
But you skipped it.
Okay, tomorrow. Mañana.
Someone's swimming in the ocean.
Oh, here, see? Camp.
Bluey.
Okay, go. Go, Miriam, in case you have to buy something here.
What's the...
I don't know, 1738 or... You don't need it, credit, no need. Just choose credit.
What are you gonna do there?
Just walk around, see what... Take some picture. For fun parking, I come. Go.
Yeah, what is it? Yeah, what is it?
Give me the gloves. You don't need the gloves. Leave the gloves here.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm leaving my dog.
Yeah, leave the dog here. They won't think it's belong. It's the new store, Camp Adventure.
vitamin D, plus the joint-promoting action of Fruit XP Boron. Here's how it works. You're one of the first 1,000 callers from today's show. Security can rush you out a free bottle of Everstrong to try for yourself. All you pay for is shipping. That's just $6.95. You try it. You be the judge. It's that simple. Even the shipping is 100% refundable. So you have absolutely nothing to lose. Even better, as a special bonus today, you'll also get a free bottle of Purity's B12 Energy Melts. 2 awesome products together, free. Just call now, 1-800-580-1175. It's 1-800-580-1175. With over 300 clinical studies, creatine supports strength, stamina, power, endurance, healthy brain function, and basically helps you get back your edge, no matter what age you are. So this is a double free bottle offer today. Now, the double free offer is not available in stores or online. It's only available by calling Purity Products on this special order line today. 1-800-580-1175. That's 1-800-580-1175. Call right now so you don't miss out. Just pay for shipping and handling, and even that's refundable. You get your free bottle of Everstrong and the free B12 Energy Melts. Call right now. Operators are standing by. 1-800-580-1175. That's toll free. 1-800-580-1175. One last time, slowly, call now. 1-800-580-1175. All right, so we were so busy at the top of the show. This Everstrong formula does so much for us. We haven't even touched on the incredible brain benefits. I mean, some of these studies you sent me are absolutely incredible. As you know, I'm very into nootropics. The anti-aging community has taken a keen interest in creatine, specifically the cognitive benefits of creatine.
Oh, absolutely. This is one of those areas where
It's not like hats on their plate.
No, you have to pay. Yeah.
Like
See, look, get tickets now. Look.
oh, okay. Oh, okay, but I gave her money. She could get a ticket. Why she didn't get a ticket?
December 2013. I thought this was very cool.
because the researchers looked at the body of research out there on creatine in seniors without exercise. They want to see what happens when
Why you didn't get a
seniors
ticket? You have the card, no?
and exercise. So I'm
Why you didn't
quoting
get a ticket?
creatine
It's sold
supplementation
out.
without
Oh, you have to,
associated
really?
resistance
Yeah,
training
you have
seems to enhance
to.
muscular
It's
strength,
online. It's
power, and
better
endurance.
online.
You have to
Increase
plan.
lean body
What is
mass,
it?
for those
It's
that
like
don't
a
know what
show
that
or
is, they're
something?
talking about
Yeah.
muscle, and improve the functional capacity of the elderly. They go on to talk about how it supports bone health as well, and then
New
they
York
finish with
City.
this creatine supplementation without training in the elderly could potentially
because
delay
schedule bring
atrophy of
crystals.
muscle and improve endurance and strength. Hundreds and hundreds of units.
Oh, they
and
have a
that's what we're
couch, yeah.
talking about. You're going to love
Show
the
Soraya
benefits
the
you
video.
get with this Everstrong formula.
That's incredible. Let me remind everybody they can get a free bottle of the Everstrong formula today, plus the bonus bottle of B12 Energy Melts, just by calling us at 1-800-580-1175. You just pay for shipping. That's 1-800-580-1175. We'll give that number out again later in the show. First, Dutch 11. Now,
There you go
listeners
with
can
him.
only get Everstrong, this clinically tested creatine blend from Purity Products, right?
Oh, absolutely.
I know it combines the creatine with the vitamin D, the coffee berry, the fruit XB boron. And for those who don't know, talk about how
Okay.
these work so well together. There's a synergy, and it's also a great value, too. I
Oh, I
have a
look.
free bottle today, but
This
if you
when I
want
went to
buy
your school, you
all
see
of
this
these things
teacher? Who is this
separately,
teacher?
It would cost a small
This
fortune, wouldn't
teacher?
it?
Oh, absolutely.
My
I mean, if you
kindergarten
went out and
school?
bought
This-
the
this
pure
Miss
creatine,
Robinson?
that's the
No,
purest, finest creatine
it
from
is
Europe. If you
Missy.
bought that, and then you went out and
This
bought
is
a
in your
separate
school, yeah?
No, that's my-
formula and a
that's my
separate
kindergarten.
joint formula and the
That's my
vitamin D,
kindergarten
it's gonna
class.
cost you 80, 90, 100
Yeah,
bucks
that's
a
just my
month,
kindergarten
but you're not going to
class.
spend that today, not with Purity products, and you're not even going to spend half that. You're not spending $45, $50 because today it's free. Your job is to be one of the first 1,000 callers and take it seriously. This stuff flies out the door on the big radio station. Be one of the first 1,000 callers. You get your B12 Energy Melts and your Everstrong. You just pay $6.95 for shipping. We want to get it
It's
right out to you.
PS11,
We
yeah.
want you to try this out. We want you to be the judge for yourself. Don't take my word for
let's
it.
go.
Try it. Look in the mirror.
What do you
go
got,
to the
a
gym,
horse,
lift
a
some
dog?
weights,
What do you got?
play, do whatever you do. See if you
not
don't feel better.
because they
All right,
couldn't
let's talk
open
about
it.
how you take
You
this.
show me in the house?
Easy to swallow tablets, which are super easy to swallow. It also comes in a very refreshing cherry berry powder. So, how do you like to take it? Do people
I thought you only go
tablets or
walk
the powder
around.
when they call in for the free bottle today?
She wants
Yeah, you can
something.
choose
This
tablets
only
or
for
powder.
20
I personally use both. You know, on my
Thank
workout
you.
days or days I'm making a protein shake. On days I'm
Between
juicing. Let's say
Kathleen and
juicing is
Aya,
very big these days.
all
So
my
if you do
money I
something
make
like that,
today
cherry berry
go
powder
on
is
Kathleen.
fantastic in your days.
How about the nothing for
Dump into your protein shake, and that's a great way to take it. But if
What
you don't
can
do
I
that
do?
stuff, I mean, the
Nothing
tablets are
else.
super convenient. They're small, they're
Oh,
coated,
no.
they're easy to swallow. It's wonderful stuff.
Now, I know you're chomping at the bit to tell us a little more about the study that Purity did on the Everstrong
Uber.
powder. They tested golfers.
Uber
And Purity
30
found out that not only were these golfers
Lift.
stronger and more explosive, but they were
Lift
driving
42.
the golf ball, get this, 14 yards
70 down.
further. That's amazing.
I have such a big smile on my
Uber
face right now. I'm
30,
remembering
lift
when the
40. How
researchers
much?
came back and gave us this information. I mean, we were bouncing off the walls. This is so exciting. The researchers called this a seminal study in sports nutrition, and this is on our Everstrong formula, the product we're talking about right now, the Everstrong powder. So, double-blind, placebo-controlled study, 30 golfers
A lot of
took
people
the
use
Everstrong powder for 1 month. No exercise, nothing
They have a
different.
show in
Just
the
took
camp?
our Everstrong powder for 1 month.
Bluey
In 1
show?
month, they were
When you
banging
gonna
the
go?
golf ball 14
next Saturday?
Next at what time? 12?
No, I didn't.
It's just time, no?
We need to pay.
Oh, pay. You have the card.
I take a picture, no?
Yeah. Bulle, bulle, bulle. Are you gonna eat something home or you want Chick-fil-A? Bulle, 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 bulle. This we've been inside here. You know what this Aya? This is the magnet store. Here, remember? Yeah, we need to open our own store. What we gonna call it? Schlumpa store? Paint store?
I wonder what it's going to be.
People gonna come and do painting.
It's a big day for Aya today. Aya got something.
It's a big mistake to pick you up.
Yeah, I told you.
It's electric. It's not even electric.
It's only electric because it could
It's plastic. It's wood. It's paper. What can be $70? Surprise. At least they give you a big bag. A big shopping bag. Blah, 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 blah. People, thank you everybody for sticking around. See you tomorrow. Peace and love, peace and love. And pull to the side. Close the light. See you mañana, everybody. Thank you for sticking around. Yep. Miriam, tell them bye-bye. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye, David. Dr. Ray.
Bye-bye.
See you mañana. You want to show them your dog?
I got this doggy.
Yeah, she got this doggy. See? The doggy. The doggy said bye-bye.
Hi.
Where you got it from?
I got this from Food Bazaar.
Food Bazaar.
Hey, I got this from Food Bazaar.
In front. Where you got it from?
Yeah. Food Bazaar. I got this
What else you got? What else you
Food
got?
Bazaar. Cute little guy from Food Bazaar.
What else did you got? Something from camp?
Yes.
Okay.
But that's first.
Okay. Tell them see you tomorrow. Peace and love. Peace and love.